So
okay.
He said tomorrow at the same time is good.
Tuned in just in time to hear Mark Jones confirmed for tomorrow.
Mark Jones in the Hales.
That's good because that George Karl booking was last minute. George Karl with the eyeballs. Yep. That's pretty much it. George Karl ain't even the most WTF person we've reached out to. We've reached out to, because I mean, what? Put them on, like, hey, tell your side of the story. Put them on the radio. George is always cranky. I imagine he's going to be cranky today. So
it's one of my favorite songs out. I'm going to reference it during the show probably a couple of times, but that Moneybag Yo, Time Today. He said, just looked at my watch, I got time today. That's George Karl. I just looked at my watch, I got time today. I had time on Saturday too.
George got all the time.
I had time on Saturday.
Oh, yes.
I had time on Saturday.
Man.
Looked at my wrist, I had time today.
I'm out just minding my own business.
Oh.
Don't worry. The reflection thing is too intense.
Oh.
Special delivery. Oh. Some wearables.
Oh. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Merch. Yeah, man. You talking all that. I was like, shut up, coffee boy.
That's it. See, I told you. That's all he is. Would you like some cream and sugar in your coffee?
Once we talk about what he really was, he had to fall back.
Mm-hmm.
What Jay-Z say? Don't make me expose you to them folks that don't know you, homie. I know you well. All the coffee served.
That's why you're using the same played out lines. That's it. The reason we reached out to George Karl, same reason we reached out to Amin Elhassan. Like, you got something to say? Say it to us. Let's talk about it. Shoot, you don't need to just get a bunch of people that we like on the show. Let's get some people we could talk to.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's much of a bitch to come on the show, so that ain't our problem.
That's fact.
Like, man, he's had an open invitation from day one.
Day one, and he think, oh, we want to go out. The original time we got him on, we just want to be like, what do you mean by what? Like, where is it coming from? Explain it a little bit. Oh, trying to get you on your show. Shut up,
like
coffee boy.
Yes, we're trying to get you on the show to explain your played out take, which he still now he's kind of delved into. I'm not even gonna like offer a critique on De'Aaron Fox anymore. I'm just gonna trash him.
Yeah.
Like, all right, bro. Like, oh man, you're kind of showing your ass, dude. Like, come
Definitely
on, man.
Showing
just
that.
You got something to say about the player, say it. If you got a personal vendetta against them, say you got a personal vendetta against them.
I'd respect that. Respect that. Just be like, I don't like the dude.
By the way, I just noticed this as I pulled up. Where was it? I know it's in here because I'm not gonna say it hasn't been discussed. I'm not gonna say it hasn't been brought up.
That boy he's been the player of the month. He's been the player of the month.
Yes, Warren, George Karl on the show today.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, John, we tried. We tried.
He didn't want to come on. He didn't come on. Like my partner said,
man.
Too much of a biatch to get on the show.
We got a minute before we're on. We got them thumbs up. Oh, look at got them thumbs up. Nice to have you back at work, John.
The real Stephen A. Smith in the house. Nah, he can't make a left-hand layup. That's a fact. That's a fact. And that's why he got mad at me, because I said he couldn't make a left-hand layup. Why you get mad at me? Because you can't make a left-hand layup. That ain't my job.
Or even offer a critique on De'Aaron Fox. Like, really, that's all we're talking about. Offer a critique. Say something. Oh, okay, Manny. There you go.
Hey. Yo, that boy Dylan Brooks is a wild boy.
Man. Hey, don't go at the barges.
I'm the street voice out west, legendary South made progress last time that I checked.
And we welcome you in here to another Monday edition of D-Level KC. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate you so much for being here on what will surely be an eventful Monday. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Kenny had a busy weekend. I'm glad that he got time for us here today.
Yeah, welcome to the Rinky Dink radio show.
Welcome to indeed.
Clown ass.
You know what it is, man. We've already had El DeBarge references here in the chat, Chico DeBarge references here in the chat, and yes, George Karl is coming on today's show.
Ooh, just looked at his wrist. He got time today.
George Karl is going to be on the show coming up at 1:20, and yeah, like we've talked about George Karl. I'm not the biggest George Karl fan. We're not just going to invite our friends onto the show. We've invited Amin Hassan on the show. Yeah. He don't want to come on.
He don't want to come on. He don't want no smoke.
That's all good. But we feel like we could have an interesting conversation with George Karl, and that's what this is all about. Like, we're here for you. We want to provide some entertaining content for you. And while we may not like what George Karl has to say, I think we'll probably be entertained by it. And that's our job, is to make the conversation entertaining. So we went from perhaps the most beloved coach in Sacramento Kings history last week to George Karl today. And George Karl is a podcaster now, so I think that makes him a member of the media. Yeah, he'll be with us coming up at 1:20. So make your plans to be with us, whether it's on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or the Odyssey app. George Karl will be with us here at 1:20.
The one thing I'll say about George Karl is, regardless of if you like him or you like what he has to say or not, he's always going to speak his truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I can respect that. I ain't got to agree with him all the time, but he's not, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but every time I've heard him, he's not fake like that. Like, he's going to say what happened, what
he says his opinion.
He says,
or how he sees something went down.
Mm-hmm. He says how he feels. And that's
by the way,
interesting to talk to.
We do that every day for 4 hours. We do that for 20 hours a week. Like, that's what we do. We speak on what we saw and how we feel about it. We're going to speak on this Julio Jones situation. We're going to speak on the PGA Championship and Phil Mickelson. We're going to, yeah, man. That what you say?
No,
hey,
I'm just joking. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
That was
pretty cool. I didn't see that coming at all.
Phil. I think Phil's a needle mover. Like, because when I saw, because again, we've talked about this before. PJ is like, cool. But if you give me a couple of names on a Sunday in the final group, you've got my attention. Mm-hmm. You give me Dustin and I don't know, Brooks Koepka, who was, you got my attention. Mm-hmm. But you throw Phil in there with Brooks Koepka, and it was like, okay, now this is gonna be tough. You're gonna get the small screen, because I've got the NBA playoffs going on here, and great timing by the PGA Championship for those final holes to be during the break in NBA basketball. But that was fun. I thought Sunday was a lot of fun for the PGA Championship. I thought it was a good win for golf in general. I think Phil is one of those guys who I do believe he does kind of move the needle. So we'll just dip into that real quick later on as the day. We won't spend a ton of time on it, just like we won't spend a ton of time on the fact that the Giants are no longer in first place.
No time for that, man. No time
for
that.
Or second.
Damn, no time for that either.
We'll get to that stuff later. But we had 8 basketball games this weekend. We've got some outcomes that maybe we didn't expect. And of course, KC, we've got to overreact to everything we saw. Like the Lakers, it's over. They're done. They're finished. The Clippers, how could we have ever picked the Clippers to win the game? The Jazz, that'll put some butts in the seats. They're done. Like, we've got to just start. We've got to start wrapping it up, man, because that's how it works. Last thing we saw is the definitive note, and man, all those teams we just mentioned, they're done. That's how it works.
Well, can I do this though, Damian? they're not done, but all three teams that you mentioned, they're in a little trouble.
Well, of course,
there needs to be antennas raised, but even being down 1-0, I didn't like what I saw from any of them. Like, for instance, if Milwaukee would have lost their game, I would have been like, maybe that's even a psychological thing.
If Milwaukee would have lost their game, I would have been concerned.
Yeah, that's a psychological
I would have been concerned.
But I mean, I look at the Lakers. I don't like their others.
Yeah.
Caruso, Wesley Matthews, Schroeder. Look, Schroeder is good coming off your bench. Schroeder is good if, hey, give me 25, and if you're hot, we can extend that to 30.
Mm-hmm.
But I need you to play 30 a night? Ooh, I don't know. And them boys ain't got nothing for Devin Booker right now. I picked Phoenix to win the series, so there's that. The Clippers, I mean, they're still too cool. They still think they achieved something out here. And they didn't. There's no sense of urgency from them dudes, man.
Is that Kawhi? Like we talk about taking on the personality of your best player.
Mm-hmm.
Have the Clippers taken on the personality of Kawhi Leonard? Like they are too collectively laid back. And I don't mean this as a knock at all, but Paul George, I don't think is a leader. I think Paul George is a follower. I think he's a really good number two, but it's kind of shaping up like Paul George is a really good number two if you got the right number one. Yeah. And Paul George, like Kawhi Leonard, might not be the right number one for Paul George because he can't adopt that same personality that Paul George can't adopt that same personality that Kawhi Leonard has.
Absolutely. And to go a step further, you talk about Kawhi Leonard in Toronto. That worked because you had Kyle Lowry. Mm-hmm. Kyle Lowry is a leader. Kyle Lowry is the boisterous one, is the fiery one, is the one that'll talk. Kawhi, and that allowed Kawhi to do what he did. Almost how I talk about a little bit. Look here, people. I'm not saying De'Aaron Fox is Kawhi Leonard, but almost how I talk about here with, say, a Tyrese Halliburton or something like that. Tyrese allows De'Aaron to be De'Aaron. De'Aaron doesn't have to do those things, being vocal and being demonstrative out here because you got Tyrese. Hopefully, as time moves forward. All right. That's how Kyle Lowry was with Kawhi Leonard. Now, you got a guy that's looking to be led in Paul George, and Kawhi Leonard's kind of like, I mean, I'm not really looking to lead you. I'm looking to do what I'm supposed to do and move on. And that doesn't work for these Clippers.
Yeah, Kawhi's, no breaking news here. Kawhi is just different, man. Like he like you hear guys talk about my team, my guys. You hear that type of stuff all of the time in the league. You hear it a lot in the NFL. You hear it across sports. You don't hear Kawhi Leonard do that. Kawhi Leonard's not talking about his team. He's not looking to be the leader of the Los Angeles Clippers. He wasn't looking to be the leader of the Toronto Raptors. He wasn't looking to be the leader of the San Antonio Spurs. He didn't want to be the next Tim Duncan. He didn't want to be the next David Robinson. He didn't want to be the next anything. He just wanted to go out and play basketball and kind of go out there and do his own thing. Obviously, he wanted to win championships, not questioning that whatsoever. Right. Just he's different than, a lot like we talk about with Kyrie. He's just wired different. Like Kawhi's the same way. Kawhi is he's more reserved than Kyrie is. But both of these guys, I think, have similar leadership styles. And that's that they don't want that. They don't want that tacked into their NBA, day-to-day NBA business. They don't want to being tacked with being leaders of teams and things like that. As much as we heard, Kyrie wants his own team. Kyrie wants his own team. No, I don't think that was ever the case. I don't think Kyrie was concerned about having his own team. I think he was just concerned. He just wanted to be away from Cleveland. I think that's what it was about. He wanted to be away from LeBron.
Yeah, that's the thing. He wanted to be away from LeBron. And I remember when somebody asked Kyrie one time about something about, learning under LeBron or whatever the case may be. And Kyrie was like, I have a father.
Yeah.
All right. I got a father. Yeah. That ain't my dad. Like, that was the moment I was like, yeah, he ain't trying to be around LeBron. But back to the Kawhi point that you brought up. Kawhi's just out there to do what he's supposed to do on the basketball court. Nothing more, nothing less. You know what I mean? He's not looking You're not looking to galvanize anybody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, he has. I think he has your mentality in a sense. Like I know you can lead. I know you could be a leader. But what I'm saying is, he looks at the other guys like, you're a professional basketball player. You don't need me to lead you. You need Doc to lead you. You don't need Ty to lead you. You need to lead you.
Right.
I think that's how he thinks.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be something to look at.
And by the way, the Mavericks, I know you don't like this, and I understand. The Mavericks aren't bad.
I don't think they're bad. I mean, when they're hitting their shots with Brunson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Maxi Kleber, who I'll talk about him a little bit later, but he's a good ball player.
Don't be hard on Maxi. I think you misunderstood a headline. Don't be too hard on him.
All right, maybe I did.
He's playing defense. He was playing defense. He was doing his part out there.
Yeah, and he got banged on the top of his head, and they let him know about it. So what? That don't even deserve a discussion. What are you talking about? Cross the line.
He didn't say they crossed the line. So I said you got fooled by a headline. That's not what he said. See? See, you got the okie doke, you got the clickbait, but you didn't click. See, you got that. You fell for the okie doke.
Why would they lie?
The ESPN headline was the stare went over the line. It crossed the line. That's not what he said. All he was asked about, and he said, "Well, I think the stare down should have been a technical, in my opinion, but that's not my decision. I didn't really care. I get up and try to keep playing, and we kept playing. Stuff like that happens. Obviously, it was an amazing dunk. This is the playoffs, so I'm going to contest the shot. I don't care about a highlight. You don't give up easy baskets. You try not to give up easy baskets. Sorry."
I like everything he said, except for stare down should have been a technical. Shut up.
But shouldn't it have? Like, no, I mean, not by what you and I think the NBA should be, but by the letter of the law. Isn't that taunting?
I don't even.
We've seen technical fouls called for staring at people.
We have, and they should be abolished.
But that's
like it wasn't. He got dunked on, and Kawhi bounced and looked at him. It'd be one thing if he took a step
three guys
him.
Stared at him.
Yeah, they were right there. They were like right there, looked at him, yelled at him. Nobody took a step towards him. Nothing. They yelled at him from where they were at and moved on. No, you got
to be cool to max it. That's a technical foul, though. I've seen it.
Ramsey said, "Man up, Maxi Kleber."
He didn't do anything. He played defense. I'm gonna stall him out. He tried to play defense.
I like everything else he said, but it should have been a technical foul. Calm down.
It should have. Until they fixed that stupid rule, it should have been a technical foul. Yeah, we've seen those. You've seen a technical foul called on someone who stared a little too long at another player.
I've seen a lot of them where they're not called, where they dunk on them, stare at them, even yell, and they're not called.
Okay,
that's commonplace. That was pretty tame, actually.
4 of the top 5 picks of the 2018 draft played this weekend.
Ouch!
Think about that. 4 of the top 5 picks of the 2018 draft played this weekend. We'll dive into that. And oh, by the way, my bad, your bad. Collectively, our bad. The Memphis Grizzlies are still playing.
Yeah.
Not only are they still playing, they won. We'll talk about that.
Some more.
They very well may be. We'll talk more about that. Again, George Karl coming up at 1:20 here as D-Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Great weekend of NBA basketball. Great weekend of sipping on some of my favorite beverages from the Sovereign Brands, but none better than McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. And with that temperature up yesterday, McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin was the perfect, refreshing beverage for 4 straight basketball games. Had a blast watching those games. And, of course, I had my McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin with me. That distinct citrus flavor just went beautifully, mixed a little lemon lime with it. It was flawless, just as every batch of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin is flawless. See, they produce it in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. That's what, when we say they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good, that's what we're talking about right there. You can order yours right now on drizzly.com or Drizzly.com, by the way. It'll deliver to you. Or next time you're out at your favorite store, check for McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin and get laced up that way. If for some reason your favorite store doesn't have it, no problem. Let me know. Let KC know. We'll let our man Ben know. We'll get the re up there at your favorite spot. Make sure you're walking away with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin next time you visit them. And when you mix up that cocktail or when you grab that bottle, tag us on social media, whether it's Twitter or Instagram, at D'Lo McKC and at McQueen Violet Fog. We want to spread the word and put the entire valley onto the best gin in the world. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for the McQueen and the Violet Fog. ESPN 1320 reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. You got
couple things in this chat. Yeah, I got you. Chase, no, you sound ridiculous. No, stop. That's ridiculous.
Bad rule.
Where was the other thing? Leland asking a question. Doesn't Josh seem like more of a leader than Fox? There's elements of that. I can see that. Ja is definitely more vocal consistently. But see, the thing I look at with the Grizzlies and with Ja is I've seen Ja disappear late in games numerous times during the season. And he's had a Dylan Brooks to kind of bail him out. He's had a Kyle Anderson to execute Valanciunas, as much as we hate him here in Sacramento, my boy boss. So he's got some reinforcements that you would think the Kings have. I think the Kings have just as good as a roster, but those guys don't seem to step up the way Dylan Brooks does or Valanciunas or anything like that. But to answer your direct question, yeah, there's an element of that. He's a little more what's the word I'm looking for? A little more intense consistently than De'Aaron is. And that's what I like about Ja's game. One of the things.
David brings up a good question here. You think LeBron will be able to play with one arm? A warrior. Yes, indeed. Warrior indeed. Thoughts and prayers to LeBron's arm and eye.
Oh, man. Come on, bro. Yeah, that was crazy. It bounced right back up, really. That was crazy. That could have been nasty. Look nasty already.
Cameron Payne got ejected because he had two infractions, one after the other. He pushed Caruso, and then he threw the ball at Caruso. That's what he was thrown out for. And I think Montrez got a tech. So
yeah, that was crazy too. Montrez runs up on him and like shoulder bumps him, but holds him up the whole time. Like, what are we doing?
Sorry, Will. I was on and off the phone all day. Yes, I got that. That was I'll get that tweeted out. That was good stuff. Will Z put together a box score of like all the former Kings who played this weekend.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. George Karl coming up 1 hour from now. Yes, that George Karl.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how he feels about Seth Curry dropping 11 yesterday. Our man Will Z, God bless him. He put together a box score of all of the former Kings who played this weekend.
How many total points did they have?
Total points. Is that right? No, that can't be right. 20. I think this is added wrong. Is that right? Oh, no, I don't think it is. 113.
Dang, they would have won a couple games. That's crazy. They would have won a couple games.
There was a lot of former Kings who played. Like Alex Lynn obviously was out there. Trevor Ariza was out there. Bogey had 18.
He had the biggest shot of the night.
Seth had 15. Kings legend George Hill, he had 11. Alex Burks, your man's.
Yo, that's crazy.
He had him a nice little ball game with 27. Rajon Rondo had 11. Jabari Parker played 21 minutes for the Boston Celtics. in a game that they were very, very, very much in.
That's kind of crazy.
Dwayne Dedman played 12 minutes, and then Willie Cauley-Stein, Kings fan favorite, he played 4 minutes. Willie Cauley-Stein.
Who had the best performance of former Kings that you saw over the weekend? Was it Bogey?
Well, it had to be your boy Burks, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, Burks was crazy on Sunday, and
that's legend. That's Kings legend, Alec Burks.
Kings legend. And look, man, I don't know. Maybe you'll get tired of this. Maybe you will, but I gotta address it. Come on, man. The Garden was a movie last night.
Oh,
tell me the Garden wasn't a movie last night.
Here's my problem with you people.
You people.
Ross Perot in 1990, whatever it was, with you New York people. Name a home court advantage. By the way, before I rip that whole stupid thing to shreds, I noticed something, and I didn't even notice it during the game. I noticed it this morning. The seats behind the bench.
Yeah.
They weren't blocked off. Now, not like the floor seats directly behind the bench, but if you looked at Phoenix, where it seemed to be really, really packed in Phoenix and everywhere else, the tarps were still up, whether it was a sponsorship logo or a team logo. Not in New York. Not like we kind of speculated like what happened to the other 5,000 seats. We thought it probably accounted for that block off right there.
Right.
They was there.
And they probably got a couple hundred that would be closer in a certain, in a regular situation. But yeah, they was right there. I feel like the Clippers did that too. I could be wrong. I feel like the Clippers, it's hard. Well, it was hard to tell because they had those stupid cardboard cutouts out. You know what I mean?
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, California still, I guess. I don't know. I don't
they
know.
get like a third of the people in the Staples Center.
It's whatever. But that's what I noticed about New York this morning. Now, all of man, did y'all see how New York was rocking? Did y'all see how the Garden was rocking?
It was a movie. Stop playing, Damien.
What movie was it? Same old story part 2 because y'all lost. The Knicks lost. But really, like what playoff city, like what home playoff arena is not lit?
No. The Garden was different, bro. Come on.
No,
now.
It's only different because people like you say it's different.
Okay. All right. So look, I'm gonna just tell you.
Maybe
it's
different for the people playing, and it wasn't no different for me watching.
I'm gonna tell you like this. So next year when you make the playoffs, you can be like, Golden Center is just like Staples Center. No, it's not. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a movie when the Kings make the playoffs. Oh, the Warriors on Baron Davis's dunk that year. Oh, it was just like any other playoff series. No, it wasn't. It was different. It was different. The Garden was different last night. Tell me the Garden wasn't different now.
It was no different than Phoenix.
Nah.
So maybe it was just the starving basketball fans.
Phoenix was lit, but it was better.
Phoenix was about 5.5 less, I think.
Yeah,
I think they may have just cracked 10,000. I can't remember. I thought it was 9,500. Might have been 10,000.
No shade whatsoever. Phoenix was lit, but the Garden was the best atmosphere of the weekend.
No, the PGA Championship was the best. Anytime two golfers nearly get killed by the gallery, like that's the most lit atmosphere. But fine, I'll give you that. It's weak, but you can have it because I'm not going to fight you over it. I'm not going to fight you over it. But I'll say this
of the vaccinated stands compared to the non-vaccinated. It's pretty crazy. So everything you saw from what I could tell, everything that we saw on TV was vaccinated. They were all vaccinated, and they had a section of non-vaccinated, and it looked like Staples Center, right? Like it looked like Golden One, where these people were so spread out, and it was just weird to see because everything was this movie, right, all around the Garden, and then these people over here,
they put them on the hard camera side so no one could see them.
People over here just like separated. Doesn't seem like they're having as much fun. They're like kind of left out. It was interesting to see.
Oh, that's spectacular. That's spectacular. As we mentioned just a moment ago, 4 of the top 5 picks of the 2018 draft played this weekend in the playoffs. DeAndre Ayton, Luka Doncic. People really got excited because Luka Doncic had a triple-double. Weird. Trae Young, who hit the
onions.
Quieted down Madison Square Garden. And then Jaren Jackson Jr., Those 4 guys played in the played this weekend. Of course, they were all drafted in the 2000. There's just one name conspicuous by his absence. It's just like a reminder. Like there's just so many reminders. You talked about New York. We talked about Phoenix. And you brought up the Golden One Center when the Kings make the playoffs. Hey, it's going to be a movie. It's going to be different. Well, it's probably not an accident. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to factor in. Is that this was the first time it felt like, and I think I could say this in totality of the weekend, because once you factor in the PGA Championship as well, this is the first these sporting events felt normal. Like that felt like a playoff game. It didn't feel like a bubble. It didn't feel like or Orlando. It didn't feel like a pandemic game. It felt like, other than Paul George, it felt like a real playoff game. It felt like a game where highlights can be aired 10 years from now and you won't know what year it happened in.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you look at New York, you look at Phoenix. It's not an accident that those 2 arenas were the loudest. It's not an accident that those 2 fan bases were the loudest, given the fact that those are 2 of the 3 longest playoff droughts in the NBA. And again, there's so many intersects. You talk about Bogey, you talk about Alex Burke, you talk about Seth Curry, you talk about all of these different guys who are still in the playoffs. You talk about playoff droughts ending. You talk about draft picks. And, I have a comp that I want to make with Devin Booker and De'Aaron Fox here in a little bit. Like, you can intersect so many things that are beautiful about basketball and intersect them with so many frustrating things as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings.
How did you and you're probably not as emotional on these things as I am, but how were you with all the, that guy was the king?
I don't care.
That kind of pissed me off.
No, it's like
all right. Yeah, I know Bogey was a king last year. Like, I get, it's almost the thing with like passing on. I know they passed on Luka Doncic. Do I have to hear that every single time I'm watching the game, or can I just watch the game? Can I just watch the game and enjoy what they're doing in these moments right now?
It's part of the story, I guess. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like Bogey, right. I mean, Bogey's. I don't care like that they didn't re-sign Bogey. I still think it was the right thing to do. However, I've started to think, and I know a number of people have brought this up in previous conversations in the chat, and I know Jill Adge references this a lot when we talk, but you can't lose Bogey one off season for nothing and then lose Rashawn Holmes the next off season for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, 2 of your more productive players over the course of the last 2 years, and you just let them walk. Again, I understand it's not as complicated, or it's not as easy as just, re-sign them, or, just do this, or, just do that. I understand there's complications to it, especially with Bogdan Bogdanovic, when you thought you had a deal, laid out to actually get a player in return, let him get the money that he wants. You kind of get something and it all works out there. I don't know that if that's going to be on the table for Rashawn Holmes. I can't imagine, because he's an unrestricted free agent. He can go sign wherever he wants to. I don't know, man. Like, it's tough.
Well, let me ask you this. I understand what you're saying. I understand what Jill's saying. I understand what everybody's saying with that. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to make a decision based off of that. So, for instance, if I don't know if signing Rashawn Holmes max you out and you can't do anything, I don't know if I would want to do that just to be like, well, I can't lose Bogey and Rashawn Holmes.
No, I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
I get it.
I'd rather make what would be best for me moving forward.
I completely get it. Like, I get that line of thinking. You have to, you can't look to the past. You have to, we talk about foresight. You have to look forward. I understand that. But I hope they were looking forward in March. I want to say February, because that's normally the trade deadline. So I'll just say this properly. I hope they were looking forward at the trade deadline. I hope there were at least preliminary discussions, because I can't imagine that, Monty McNair and Rashawn's people his agents, his team were like, hey, we're obviously he has some interest around the league, but we really like Rashawn Holmes. We'd like to keep him here. What are we looking at?
Right.
4 years, $80 million. I can't imagine Monty going, sold. Got it. Let's go. Yeah. Let's make it happen. Like, I can't envision that. So I don't know if that price was inflated by Rashawn's people to kind of get a gauge of the market, which is 100% the right thing for them to do. Mm-hmm. But still, like, I hope that there was at least some sort of conversation had at the trade deadline, because that's what if Monty's just willing to walk away from both of them, man. Okay, I hope you are really, really good at this job. Yeah, because those are tough decisions right there. Those are tough decisions that you're asking your fan base to accept. Because Rashawn could be like we keep hearing Charlotte. Rashawn could be on Charlotte next year. Charlotte's probably going to be in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's the other thing about that, and it's a tough pill to swallow. I get it. What has happened, and I believe in Rashawn. I want him to stay here. I want to make that perfectly clear. I would have kept Bogey if it was just a apples to apples situation. We all know here that was more so if you didn't have a choice between him and Buddy. Buddy mm-hmm. was going to be here. So that was a lot of money to keep. We
right. It wasn't one or the other. Yep.
Right. But what has Rashawn and Bogey gotten you here in Sacramento that you can't let them go? You know what I'm saying?
No, I got you.
I know Bogey's out there doing great, but he's with a better team. We talk crazy about Atlanta, but I like Atlanta, man, they're deep. They got ball players. They got guys. They got guys like Gallinari who are like throwing guys. Lou Williams is a throwing guy. Lou Williams will be playing 30 minutes a night here.
Yeah, we'll we could break the sports media fourth wall. You're not supposed to do this. Hey, we were wrong. What do you want? Like, I didn't think all of these signings from Atlanta were going to hit. I thought they were deep. Yes. Like I thought they had a roster, but it was like, well, ultimately, like, what is this? Mm-hmm. You're just going to, honestly, I thought they were going to be a version of Dave Yeager's Kings. They were just going to run around and try to outscore people. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was going to work.
All right.
And then Nate McMillan took over, and it was like, okay, Nate's different than Lloyd Pierce. Let's see how this kind of turns out. Like, we know what Nate McMillan's hallmark is. We've seen it. We've seen it in Indiana. Is he going to be able to get that out of this group of players? And he was, and it's earned him a job, though I don't think it was official. It was reported by Shams. I think it's earned him a job to be the Atlanta Hawks head coach moving forward.
Yeah. So the whole point of that is, look, this is just me voicing my frustrations on my platform. People can tweet whatever they want. I don't hate nobody for tweeting whatever. Do whatever is going to keep you happy. I know Bogey played for the Kings. I know Alex Burke played for the Kings. I know Luka Johnson got passed by the Kings. I knew that 2 years ago. Like, if I'm watching them,
where are you here? Like, are you on Twitter? This can't possibly be mentioned on the broadcast.
No, it's on Twitter.
Okay.
You know,
you got to get off to. What are you doing?
Twitter's fun.
We'll let people hurt. It's their way of coping with hurt.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We all grieve differently.
Yeah.
We're grieving 15 straight seasons.
How does a coffee
We're grieving
boy...
by putting George Karl on the air today. Like, come on. Like, give me a break.
How does a coffee boy deal with his hurt?
He lashes out at De'Aaron Fox in the city of Sacramento. And that dude will forever be known as Coffee Boy.
Everybody,
don't ever get his title in Phoenix twisted. That dude ran and got Starbucks for the people who were really working. And this isn't my opinion on him. These are what the people who worked with him at ESPN said. He is the coffee boy for the Phoenix Suns.
I got an assignment for all my people in the chatty house, all my people on Twitter. Go fill Amin's Twitter up with coffee emojis. Just tweet him a bunch of coffee emojis and hashtag D'Lo and Casey if he want to know who sent it. Invitation's still open. Coffee.
He always we could do like Shannon Sharpe did this morning. We could just call him and put him on speakerphone. Be like, hey, what it do? You want to talk?
You get on here and start saying something like, "Shut up, coffee boy."
All we ever wanted from Amin was, hey, explain your criticism of De'Aaron Fox. Like, what's your issue with him? That's all from day one. That was all we wanted.
That's it.
And
wasn't even talking crazy about him. It was like, that's crazy. Like, why do you feel this?
And
way?
the funny thing was, Jesse might be able to confirm this. Was he on the game? Was he on 95.7, Jesse?
Like, he made some appearances a few times on that show.
But like in this time frame, right?
Yeah, there was one where I think he first went at them. We talked about coming on, and then like a couple days after he was on that.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Coffee boy.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. On to other things. So I wanted to ask you.
They've already started. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. That's unprofessional. That's John's fault. That's John Bull's fault. I got sidetracked looking at D'Lo and Casey Twitter feed, and boy, y'all act quick. Y'all act very, very quick.
Shout out to our people. Coffee boy gonna get on here and talking crazy. Give me a latte. Shut the hell up and go get me a latte.
With extra froth. Are we looking at there's probably a lot to break down with what we saw. We should probably spend, speaking about being wrong about the Atlanta Hawks, might have assumed on Friday that we were going to be talking about the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs.
Yeah. About that.
That's my bad.
My bad, man.
That's my bad. See, what had happened was
that's me.
The Grizzlies, they weren't here for it. And they played a hell of a game. Danny in San Francisco, avert your ears for a little bit. That was a hell of a performance. It was one of those games where, like, you're watching a team play. Kings fans are familiar. Sorry, but you're watching a team play and you go, they're gonna blow it. Like that, you can sense the game slipping away from them. I never felt like the game was slipping away from the Grizzlies. I didn't feel that on Friday, and I didn't feel it yesterday either. Like they had two it might have been the two best games they've played all season have happened in the last 4 days.
Hey man, those boys, I've said it numerous times. I've disrespected them and doubted them, and I'm probably going to do it a whole lot more over the next couple of years. Mm-hmm. But those boys are tougher than a $2 steak. Mm-hmm. And Ja Morant, what a game on Friday night! What a game by Ja on Friday night. And then my guy, Dylan Brooks, crazy Dylan Brooks, I say that affectionately, last night, 31 points on the night. That boy was doing work. But I disagree with you. On Friday, I thought they were going to lose. Especially when Taylor Jenkins, with the fail of the early postseason by a coach. And I like Taylor Jenkins. He's doing a great job. But to not challenge the foul where Jordan Poole kicked out his foot, when it was clear he kicked his foot out, and that probably would have got, even if it didn't get overturned, why are we not challenging that? It was uncalled for, and it almost cost him the game. Luckily, Draymond,
oh my God,
shot was, but luckily that happened.
I feel like if I say anything, it comes like he missed that shot by so much. Like, I know our man Eddie Gonzalez tweeted like the overhead camera shot of it where it's just like Draymond in the basket, and he just captioned this. He missed this shot by a lot. Like, I don't know what Draymond was trying to do in that situation. And of course, like a few minutes later, he hits the big three. But in that moment, it's like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. Crazy shot.
So Jordan Poole kicked his leg out. That was definitive. Like 100% he did.
Yeah, I thought so. But okay.
I know Mark Jackson was screaming for it, and it's like,
well, at the very least, like that's 3 points. Like, challenge it, even if they say it's not definitive. You can't something that close in that situation, I felt you can't just like not do anything. And it almost cost them the game. I thought the Warriors were going to win that game in regulation.
I never felt like they were going to get it. Like, because normally there's momentum with that team. With the like, again, it feels like sometimes with the Warriors, like they're hot, right? And you're just walking closer to the flame. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like with them. I never felt like that. It's like and maybe it was because it was Memphis was the underdog, but I was just looking at it like the Warriors ain't it tonight. Like they're picking the worst possible night, and this is totally diminishing what the Grizzlies did. But I was like, they're picking the worst possible night to not function properly. And I don't know. I saw that game a little bit different than you did. I didn't think the Warriors, as the game got going, and specifically as we got into the later stages of the fourth quarter, I was like, I think the Grizzlies are going to pull this off. Yeah. And then they follow it up with the win yesterday.
Well, look here. The Jazz are in trouble. The Jazz. I thought Donovan Mitchell was definitely going to be out there game one. Seems
I think
like
Donovan Mitchell did too.
He was going to be out there game one. Yeah. And the fact that he wasn't, that's interesting because, and now with this whole dynamic of Donovan being upset, maybe he thinks he's ready to go. But I'll tell you like this, without him being able to play game one, he's not going to be right probably the whole playoffs.
I agree with that. And I would have agreed with that whether he played game one or not. Did Utah think it's a play-in team? They just had to get over that emotional win against the Warriors. Let's see if we can steal a couple more days for Donovan Mitchell.
They probably thought.
I mean, this is a 1 versus 8. Like, did they really think that the Grizzlies were going to come out and, kick their teeth down their throat in game one? Shawn Michaels would say.
They probably thought that, but then that would also mean they're probably not looking at themselves in the mirror because Utah with Donovan Mitchell isn't even intimidating. You
agreed.
Without Donovan Mitchell, I'm sorry. What do you think you had? Do you think you're Brooklyn, where you can just sit Donovan Mitchell against anybody? They could barely sit Donovan Mitchell against the Kings.
What Utah is Houston. The Houston Rockets of a couple of years ago. They missed 35 threes yesterday. That's what we're doing.
It's a playoffs, baby.
That's what we're doing. Like y'all, like Quinn Snyder, you know better.
All that little cute regular season stuff. It's the playoffs, baby.
This does not work. It's like, Quinn, don't do this. Don't do this, Quinn. Quinn, stop shooting. It's like the reverse of that phone call we were talking. Quinn, stop shooting. Quinn, stop shooting. Stop shooting, Quinn. Knock it off. They missed 35 threes, and it feels so like, oh, yeah, 3-point teams don't do well in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you have the greatest, 3-point shooter of all time and the greatest, right, like you have the greatest backcourt of all time. Then maybe it works. But if you don't fit into that category, it's going to be really difficult for you. Lots more NBA to talk about. And the best thing I saw this weekend wasn't in the NBA.
Oh.
It was in the WNBA.
Oh.
I'll explain. George Karl is joining us at 1:20. Yes, former Kings coach, current podcaster, and the guy who tweeted, there's only one place to look when a franchise misses the playoffs 15 times in a row. That George Karl. He joins us coming up at 1:20 as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Hey, how did my guy do this weekend? I'm sorry, I was trapped in Placer County.
Oh my Jesus!
Yeah, it was all for good reasons. Okay.
No,
how did it go?
Quiet day. He went 0 for 0 with 2 walks.
Uncle D'Lo numbers right there.
They're pitching around him now.
these fools really went to Twitter.
Hey, like what I think I said this on here. I think I was talking to y'all. I was like, I don't talk too much trash. I really don't, because when I get going, I don't stop. So that's why I just be chill, stay to myself. I even let things slide. I don't talk trash because like this, when I get going,
I don't talk trash. I talk smack.
I'm going to your neck. And like I said earlier, don't let me expose you to them folks that don't know you. Homie, I know you well. All the lattes served.
Extra whip, fam.
I went in on them all day. The theme for the show today. I looked at my watch. I had time today on Saturday.
Okay.
You know, guys, ironically, Monday is always a good show because we got the whole weekend to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
That was also now we run interviews nowadays, huh? That didn't happen until about a week ago.
Oh.
That didn't happen until about a week ago.
Wild. Crazy too.
Oh, we're 46 minutes into the show. That was posted 40 minutes ago. Interesting.
Wow. Huh. Who knew?
We taking our whole style, man. Everything we do, they be doing, man. That's crazy.
Let them catch up with the big boys, man. It's all good. Let them catch up with the big boys. Like Furious Style said, oh, they gonna learn. They gonna learn.
Oh, man. He also refuses to respond to the fact that he can't make a left-hand layup. That's all I ever said about the man. He can't make a left-hand layup. Then he want to go with me. Work on your game. Send me a video you make a left-hand layup and I'll stop. No, I probably won't stop, but just send me the video anyway.
Y'all can keep those gifts coming, by the way. Go ahead and keep those coming. Hey, real quick, happy birthday to the homeboy Rich. He's a ride or die. Rich actually hey. Yesterday was his birthday. Yeah, absolutely, man. He's listening to us regularly out there in Baton Rouge. He's in Louisiana somewhere. And sometimes he's just driving all over the Gulf Coast. Like he's out there rocking with D-Lo and KC though, for sure.
Hey man, I want to tell Rich the morning prep tweets that he gets every morning. They don't go unnoticed. They don't go unappreciated. It's something that I look forward to every morning, man. So thank you for that. Thank you for your support, man. Happy birthday, bro.
Yeah, that's good stuff. We appreciate you, Rich. We appreciate all of you for being here with us on this Monday. Get comfortable. We're going to be here till 4:00. George Karl is going to be joining us at 1:20. Yeah, that'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting conversation with George, as he's always an interesting guy to talk to. But as you said, he speaks his truth. He's not going to speak BS. He'll say exactly how he feels, even if we don't like it. If you don't like it, even if we don't agree with it, he'll tell us how he feels. So George Karl is coming up at 1:20. We also got confirmation Mark Jones is going to be with us tomorrow. We'll nail down the time.
He said 2's good.
Okay, 2:00.
Yeah, 2's good.
Mark Jones will be with us coming up at 2:00 tomorrow's. We get back to the NBA here in just a heartbeat. Best thing I saw this weekend, a Wednesday staple here on the show. While there was tons of great stuff from Phil Mickelson and the PGA, tons of great stuff from the NBA and some of the young superstars around the league. Best thing I saw this weekend was the 100-97 game between the Seattle Storm and the Dallas Wings. Breanna Stewart, 36 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 blocks. 36, 11, and 5. Stewie can still go, man. Arike Agumbawale, who was the hero from Mississippi State a couple of years ago against UConn, she had 20. No, Arike Agumbawale was Notre Dame. Sorry. She had 28. She had 28 points.
The game winner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, man. So that was a fun WNBA game to fall into this weekend. What's the best thing that you saw? And I remind anybody who's listening, if you have issues with the best thing that Kenny saw, please call him directly and not me. Go ahead, Casey. What's the best thing you saw this weekend?
I saw a great fight on Saturday night. Jose Ramirez, shout out to Fresno, stand up 5'9", but he couldn't get it done against Josh Taylor, who is now the undisputed champion at 140 pounds. It was a great fight, though. Like, it wasn't just, oh, he won, that's why I'm talking about it. Like, it was a damn good fight. And I'll say this right now. I talk about a lot of these UK bums that be getting hyped up in boxing for whatever reason. And I said, they don't give us nothing but bums. Josh Taylor ain't one of them. That boy can go. He got hands. He can box. He's the undisputed champion, 140, and it was a great fight, man. It was a great fight.
I'm gonna pretend like I know who those people are. Jesse, best thing you saw this weekend was what?
Best thing I saw was the Knicks and Hawks game yesterday. I gotta agree with KC. The Knicks crowd, it's different. All right, Derrick Rose was going for layups in the second quarter, and they were cheering him on like he was hitting a buzzer beater. Like, it was ridiculous. And then those guys were just trading buckets the whole game. It was flowing perfectly. And then, of course, Trae Young at the end telling the Knicks crowd to be quiet. That was perfect.
That was pretty good.
So did y'all coordinate this attack about the Knicks crowd, and it was a movie and like?
Well, wait a minute, Jesse. While you're here, so
Casey, Jesse, and Stephen A.
I don't think it was really rocking like that in the Melo years. This might be the first time Jesse has seen. He's heard about the Garden, but the first time he really seen it like this. Is that correct, Jesse?
Yeah, because I mean, I'm a little biased too. I had issues with those Knicks teams with Melo on them and stuff because everyone had the whole Paul Pierce. But yeah, no, this was weird. Like, it was weird how hyped up they were, I guess.
It was time. Like, get on board, Damien.
Yeah,
it was time.
It is different. It's different.
How about I don't? How about I don't get on board and I stay right here in my little comfort zone? I would say thanks, Jesse, but I'm not going to. Because anytime you say, Kenny's right, I'm just not gonna do it. The Kings,
we just keep saying this every day, pretty much.
The Knicks bench scored 64 points. They have a great. This team is put together really well, and there is no denying that place was rocking. And it's frustratingly obvious that the two places who had the loudest crowds were the two teams that hadn't seen the playoffs. In one case, it was damn near a decade. In another case, it was a decade. The New York Knicks and the Phoenix Suns. That's not by accident. Seeing the two atmospheres in those buildings. Is it still Talking Stick Arena in Phoenix? Have we finally moved on from that?
I don't know, and it's funny you bring that up because I think I've seen this before Saturday, but I was reminded that it's no longer Pepsi Center in Denver. I think we said that earlier this year. Or earlier last week, that it's Pepsi Center. It's not Pepsi Center. It's like Ballistic Arena or something stupid. Should be the Pepsi.
So that's
Center.
Out of the Power Balance Pavilion Book of Bad Ideas.
Yeah, I hope the Golden.
Is that the worst arena name in
ever? The Golden One Center.
Is that the worst arena name in history? Power Balance Pavilion.
It's either that or Smoothie King.
Smoothie King Arena. I'll take Smoothie King Arena any day. They bring you smoothies at the games.
It should have been.
It's a true story. Like, they bring the media like smoothies, but they're like milkshake smoothies. They like got whipped cream and like chocolate syrup on them. Like, yeah, that's what they bring you at Smoothie King Arena when you're working there.
There's no Power Balance wristbands when they were Power Balance. So
they help you keep your balance.
They do. Did you see? He didn't even move this time. He pushed him.
Didn't even move. It's Phoenix Suns Arena right now. So I guess the Talking. I mean, that's a good arena name to have. No one's going to get it confused. Like, it's the Phoenix Suns Arena. There you go. Like, where are you going to see Beyonce tonight? Phoenix Suns Arena. There it is. All right.
It's trash.
Make that happen.
It doesn't Golden One Center, isn't that like a 28-year agreement or something like that? I mean, we won't have that for a while changing. And I hope it never changes.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how many years it is. Arco was pretty lengthy, so
Arco was a long time.
Then we went with was it Power Balance and Sleep Train? What were those? I feel like I'm missing one. Is that it?
Too. I feel like you're missing one too, but I think that might have been it. Sleep Train wasn't that bad. They hit the 3. They got the Sleep Train going off. That wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I guess so.
Skips Kitchen Arena, Leland says. I meant to get Skips on Friday. Didn't get Skips. Some good stuff. I got on the grill on Saturday.
McQueen in the Violet Fog Arena. Is that right? You got on the grill? Huh?
I'm not a master griller. I'm not proclaiming that. I'm still working on it, but I got on the grill. Had me some McQueen in the cup. You know what I'm saying? McQueen and peach juice. I had McQueen heavy all weekend.
Okay.
You know, I've been trying different stuff out. I'd had my Luke Belair. I'd had my Bumble weekend before. I was like, I need to get back to my roots. I had that McQueen a couple times on Friday and Saturday.
That's the go-to, man. That is one of the best. It is just so perfect. Like that drink is absolutely perfect. Speaking of cooked and grilled and barbecue chicken, the Trailblazers. We haven't talked about that series yet, and I've purposely been holding off on that series a little bit because I do want to ask George Karl's opinion on it. Like, we'll talk about the Kings and we'll talk about some of the things that he's tweeted about and talked about on his podcast, and we'll talk about that stuff. But I am curious to get his thoughts on this incarnation of the Nuggets. I'm curious to get his thoughts on the Nuggets fans still booing Carmelo Anthony after all of these years. And the fact that the Trailblazers got one on them this weekend. So we'll talk to George Karl about that when he joins us coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. Let's get to our man Ramsey here. First call of the day, 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. Ramsey, what's good?
What's up, gentlemen? Just calling in about the best thing I actually saw all weekend. I actually saw live. As I don't know if you noticed in the chat, I actually went out to the Negro League celebration last night out at Park, formerly Rayleigh Field.
Nice.
How was it? Yeah, we talked to Greg Vaughn about that on Friday. How was it?
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, there was maybe a couple hundred people out there because it was directly after the Rivercats played Reno earlier in the afternoon. But, I mean, it was a nice production. Like they said, they had little video screens up during each inning with Bob Kendrick, the founder, the person that runs the Negro League Museum in Kansas City, and they basically had him play and had him talk. And the teams were in. Jerry Manuel's team was the Atlanta Blackrockers, and Greg Vaughn was they were the KC Monarchs. So they basically played, and Greg Vaughn's team won 10-3.
Oh man,
good stuff. Okay.
They played baseball, right? It wasn't like softball, so it was baseball.
It was a high school baseball game.
Oh, okay.
It was a high school baseball game with products. With potential high school baseball products throughout the Sacramento County. I mean, it just felt, way I look at it, it just felt good to see. As I don't mean to be bringing up late, but just good to see brown and black baseball being played.
Yeah, I'm curious if he had thrown a no-hitter, would it have accounted? It was only 7 innings.
No, it wouldn't have.
Kenny wouldn't have counted it. I would have.
Absolutely.
Black Crackers is a wild name that I've never been able to get over. I'm trying to envision, there's a lot of clothing companies that celebrate the Negro Leagues. I'm trying to envision getting an Atlanta Black Cracker shirt.
I don't know if I can get that jersey.
I don't know. I feel like you'd have to explain a lot when you wear that around town. That's
with the Kansas City Monarchs.
Yeah, I'll rock that. Yeah, the great. Exactly. I'm good there.
Public lost on Saturday, by the way.
I saw that
to the OC. What are they? United or something? I don't know what it is.
And I see this here as well. I'm sure this isn't an accident. The Utah Jazz just wrapped up practice for the day. Donovan Mitchell was a full participant. He and Quinn Snyder will be addressing the media shortly. And the Jazz have announced that Donovan Mitchell will be available to play in Game 2. Call me stunned.
I mean, they knew I was circling around. Boy, I was about to get on that trade machine. I'd be like, we'll play here.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
we'll play here.
Yeah.
That's another plot. These playoffs, Damien, is I know for a guy like myself, I'm looking for broken relationships this playoffs.
Absolutely.
Like the Clippers.
Well, did you see the quote from the Indiana Pacers today?
Yeah,
they wouldn't confirm whether Beyonce was going to be the coach next year.
That's crazy.
It's like, oh, this is bad. Like, this is really bad. Vultures, start circling the Indiana Pacers right now. Monty,
Pacers,
be a vulture.
Yes.
Circle the Indiana Pacers right now.
Like I said, I'm looking at the Clippers. Clippers get bounced in the first round. I don't see how you bring back Paul George.
Yeah.
They lose in the first round.
Like, I don't know how Paul George is owed a lot of money. He just signed an extension, remember?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Kawhi that you don't bring back.
Well, Kawhi, I think, has a playoff option or a player option.
Okay.
I think he'll exercise it. You tell him, we'll exercise that. We'll go get you some ball players. And hell, I would even take Patrick Beverly's salary to get Paul George.
Okay.
But this is the thing. I mean, what other teams can we circle around here? I mean, Philly's not going to lose in the first round, but you look at their playoff success. Ben Simmons, 15 points, 15 assists, or 15 rebounds, 15 assists, 6 points on the night.
Yeah,
missed a bunch of free throws.
I know you're eager to do something with Ben Simmons there. You're listening to D-Lo, and keep thinking about that, by the way. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We'll be with you here till 4 o'clock. George Karl, former Kings coach, going to join us in about 20 minutes. And we're about to have a wild moment here on the show. But I do want to point out, I was looking, George Karl is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Oh, without a shadow.
Okay, I just want to because I know he's really looked down upon here, and I know people have their feelings about George Karl. He's a Hall of Fame coach. Like you look at his resume, he has very few WTF moments. He has not moments. He has very few WTF seasons. It so happens many of them were here, but he had others earlier in his career. I think Cleveland Golden State might be in there somewhere where he had really, really short stints there. But yeah, this dude is a Hall of Fame coach he just doesn't have a championship.
Hey, I say this all the time, not to cape for him or anything like that, but Sacramento only place it didn't work. As I mentioned, like in his earlier part of his career, like he was in Cleveland for a couple of he was in Cleveland for like a season and then 67 games, and then he was fired. Then he was in Golden State where he was 42-40. The next season he went 16-48. They fired him after 64 games, and then Seattle, Milwaukee, Denver, and then of course it ends in Sacramento. Yeah. He never should have been here, but that's an entirely different story. This is wild. Polka Pro Eric's on the line. Wait, what?
I know, right? He's never called before. He's only been in the chat. So this is going to be a wild moment for all of us, especially those who follow along here in the chat. 916-349-1320. Polka Pro Eric, what's up, man?
Hey, good afternoon, boys. I'm unavailable in the chat. I'm in the car today, but I felt like calling in to talk a little sports with you guys.
Oh, man, I like it. What do you got for us?
Well, I'm going to get to I got a thing on the arenas to get you, but does it make me too white to say that I really enjoyed watching the PGA Championship? And
absolutely. Yes. That's too white. Yes, we don't allow that here. That's
I don't know if the culture was watching the PGA Championship this Sunday.
Now I'm calling cap on that because I thought it was thrilling content, Polka Pro, because Phil is a needle mover. He's one of those guys. He's a needle mover.
Were they in the Lakers game?
They were, absolutely. It finished up after the Laker game was over in the break between games, but it was fun. It was fun theater. I thought it was great, Eric. I thought it was good stuff.
Yeah. I think he's 51 years old like next week, so that's a huge accomplishment. You know, people think golf's not a sport. When there's 100 guys that are like younger than you that hit the ball super far, It's ridiculous for a 50-plus guy to even like contend. So that was awesome.
Absolutely.
One of the things I really had to call about, Damien made a great point last segment about the arena names, and I never really thought about it because we all knew Power Balance was our arena for a couple of years. And I never thought like, oh, that was that terrible. And there's only one that even compares to me that maybe it's not a pro team. It's the Louisville basketball team plays that.
Oh, was it
like the
KFC?
But it's called KFC Yum.
That's what it is.
Come on.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
Well, there's two reasons. Obviously, it's just a random name, but I as a plant-based guy, I'm sure he's really not excited about fried food. But as a Kings fan, I've always hated the name Power Balance because everybody with a functioning brain knew that was a scam while it was our arena. It wasn't like after the arena, like, oh my gosh, they're not even in business anymore.
Yeah.
It furthered the Maloofs as a joke as owners because they literally just took the money from the first company that came running to them. Where I can be kind of controversial, but if I was the Maloofs, I have some standards in my life. I'm not taking money from a scam like that. I would at least search around for the second company to put up money besides Power Balance Pavilion. And also, you might know this, is there a single arena in the country that's named Pavilion?
Oh, I think those are reserved for shopping areas.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't lie. I love Poker Pro Eric the Caller.
Call it all, man. That was some good stuff.
I love Poker Pro Eric the Caller. That is great stuff.
The funny thing about him talking about
KFC Yum, that's fantastic. I forgot all about that.
That really is embarrassing. Power Balance was like, I don't know the timelines, and I'm sometimes in a different world with the basketball culture and stuff, but Power Balance was done at that point. It started off with this spark, like everybody had to have a Power Balance. I had like 2 or 3 of them. I was like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah, because we all knew it was a scam. Definitely. None of us ever fell for it at all.
I'm like, man, I just feel I feel so more solid, so much more solid out here on the court with this thing on. This is crazy.
Never told anyone I was squatting more weight when I wore my Power Balance Pavilion. That's definitely not what happened. My Power Balance bracelet. So
that was like 2010, 2009, around there. I feel like, and then like in 2010, 2011, it was like, oh yeah, this thing is trash. That thing became the name of the place in like 2013. It's like, it's been done. It had been done. What were they doing?
They were trying to resurrect themselves. Let's bring it back here. Bring back the Power Balance.
Did they at least give everybody Power Balance bracelets?
What's that?
Did they at least give everybody Power Balance bracelets?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe it was the Power Balance bracelet with new technology that they handed out to everybody. Now, this time, it really helps you keep your balance.
Oh, my gosh. Man. He pushed him. He didn't even move.
The KFC Yum Arena. Oh, that's
a bad one.
That's something right there. That's something right there. As mentioned, George Karl coming up here in just a couple of minutes. There are some other things that we want to get to as the day roll along, including Julio Jones. And the interesting phone call that took place this morning on the Undisputed. We'll get to that, and I imagine that's got you intrigued here a little bit. And there's so much more NBA stuff we want to talk about. We were talking about the Grizzlies there, and I know, you and I were having a conversation earlier. One, I think you're starting to fall. I think you're starting to have feelings for this Memphis Grizzlies team a little bit.
The hell I am.
I think you are. You were talking about how they embody the city. You were talking. There was I know that you're still keeping up the act, but I felt a little. I could see a little twinkle in your eye.
I'm just observant. All right, I'm just observing.
Okay.
No, they're not on Dallas level.
Sure.
For my
of course
dislike.
Not. Of course.
I don't even know if I dislike Memphis. I know I don't like them though. Their jerseys are clean though.
Look at you. Wow. See, there's a little. I think there's a little twinkle in your eye when it comes to the Grizzlies, and you look at them and you're like, oh, they embody the city of Memphis. Like, look at them. Look how hard they work. The grit, the grind. You talked about them this morning with a little bit of affection, and I think they've swayed you a little bit. Well, and they knocked off the Warriors and got rid of Draymond Green, which I think you give them a couple of points for. I think you're starting to have feelings for the Grizzlies, and it's okay. It's okay.
Well, see, here's the issue with that idea of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have you rank it and we're going to rank it together, maybe after George Karl.
Okay.
I think this is the least interesting series in the whole playoffs.
We don't need to wait.
I'm not sitting here.
Yeah, we don't need to wait.
I don't even know what game 2 is. Don't really care.
But you know what will get your attention? If the Grizzlies win the second game. No. You can't tell me you're ignoring this series if the Grizzlies go up 2-0 on the Jazz.
I mean, it's the playoffs, so I'm not ignoring any series. But as far as like if I look at the schedule,
your antennas don't go up if they get their if they go up because 1-0, and this is the thing about the playoffs that we try to pretend isn't real. The Clippers are in trouble. The Lakers, all these dude is one game. Mm-hmm. The Suns got to win 3 more. Dallas has got to win 3 more. We've got all of these stats on LeBron James losing game 1. Everybody wants to overreact. You want to do all of these different things. Hell, I just brought up the Blazers and the Nuggets there a few moments ago. Mm-hmm. But 2-0 is a little bit different of a conversation.
But it's not even hyperbole. The Jazz are in trouble right now
because of their style of play.
Style of play. I mean, Donovan Mitchell, he's not going to be 100%. Grizzlies aren't afraid of Utah. I'm not completely sold on Utah in the playoffs. They're already in trouble. So there's that. But I mean, look, like I said, I know when Dallas.
You haven't liked Utah all year, by the way. I want to point that out. Like you maybe put them at the top. You begrudgingly put them at the top of the power rankings, maybe 2 or 3 times.
Because the moment's right here. I saw it. I was trying to tell you, Marshall. I saw it.
I'm just saying. Okay. So you saw this coming months ago.
Yeah, well, they can still win the series. I thought they were going to sweep or whatever the case may be, but I thought Donovan Mitchell was going to be playing game 1 too, so that had something to do with that. But
the Jazz have lost 11 of their last 12 playoff game 1s.
Yikes! The whole point is, I don't know when they're playing game 2. I know when Dallas and the Clippers are playing game 2. I know when the Lakers are playing game 2. I know when the Knicks are playing game 2. Don't know when the Jazz and the Grizzlies are playing game 2. Whenever they come on, they come on. Not
okay.
worried about this series.
All
but
right,
I am. But it's the NBA playoffs, so I'm on everything. I'm on everything with the NBA playoffs.
Well, the game will be a little bit different next time because Donovan Mitchell will be available again. An announcement surprising to no one, given the fact that we got the Woj tweet that Donovan Mitchell was really upset that he was a late scratch for game 1. He thought all along that he was going to play, and I wondered if the Jazz thought they could buy a couple of more days in Donovan Mitchell's recovery. Turns out they couldn't, and Donovan Mitchell let it be known he wanted to play in game 1. He was frustrated that he didn't, and it was announced today Donovan Mitchell will be available for game 2 against the Grizzlies when they play on Wednesday.
Got it.
Kenny, on Wednesday when they play. We'll step out. I don't think that's debatable. We'll step out. We'll come back. George Karl, former Kings coach.
Okay.
Current podcaster.
Technically,
author.
And technically they are on TNT on Wednesday.
Okay. George Karl.
I want to talk to George Karl.
Good, because he joins us next here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kenny Caraway here, and NBA playoffs are in full effect. And this weekend, like I said, I got on the grill a little bit. I was, just kind of watching everything that was going on in the NBA. And one of the things that I loved to do this entire weekend was I love to sit there, watch these games, and have a little McQueen and a Violet Fog gin with a little juice or something, a little gin and juice situation. But it's always going to be McQueen and a Violet Fog gin when I try to get me a little something to taste on while I'm watching these playoff games, because the smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor, it cools and refreshes me every single time, man. See, with McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, you can literally taste the quality in every bottle. That Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me two things. Number one, they don't make much. But number two, what they do make is damn good. All right. Order online at drizzly.com or grab a bottle next time you're out at the store. And if the store doesn't have it, you don't have to worry about anything. Myself, Damian Barling, we'll talk to our guy Ben over at the Sovereign Brands. We'll get you a bottle and you'll be good to go. And once you get that bottle, show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin by tagging your posts at D-Lo and Casey and at McQueen Violet Fog. And just know it's time. It's time we put the entire valley on to the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
I was desperately trying to lead you into the thing about the Grizzlies in Memphis.
Yeah. We ran out of time. It's
okay.
It's funny you did that because I was going to bring that up, but I was like, we can still talk about what we're talking about. Maybe we'll use that in like the two.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. I figure we just, after George, I'm sure George will give us some things to talk about. So we'll probably just run with that a little bit. I'll move all the Julio stuff down. You said Marcus 2 tomorrow. Is he on video?
I didn't get that.
It's all right if he's not. That's fine.
Yeah, I didn't get that far. What I'm at. Hold on, let me turn this fan on. I'm sweating.
Okay. No blue yet, huh? I know Ben was in here earlier, man. That blue super exclusive. I know that that Bamboo, the cream. I know the cream has been on IG for months, and I ain't seen it. We'll get the air horns as soon as Kenny sits down. We'll get the air horns. Yep, Dan, that's probably accurate. By the way, let's get to 700 subscribers. Like I think we're at 690 right now. I mentioned we were at that uncomfortable 666 number, and y'all blew right past that. So let's try to get 10 more subscribers to get to 700. 1,000 is a big number for us in the company, and so let's keep working our way towards that. Let's get to. I'm still bugging out that Poker Pro Eric call. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Let's get them subscribers. Let's get them prescriptions in here. Let's get to 700 and keep them thumbs up coming. I see we're at 52. So, take care of the juveniles out there. But keep those thumbs up. Sophomore class. Shout out. Okay, we'll shout out Katrina. Katrina just bought out. Where is it? Right here. Can we get some air horns for the homegirl, Katrina?
Absolutely.
Yes, Katrina's actually our man Ramsey's girlfriend, and she just bought out Total Wine in Roseville for all their Luke Belaire bottles. So they couldn't find the.
Let me get another one.
There you go. Couldn't find the blue yet, and the employee looked at her crazy when she asked for it. Well,
man, there's only 4 in this city right now, to be honest with you. There's only 4 bottles in the city.
And 2 of them are behind me. Hey now. Well, Max, I think Max got a bottle. Max Griffin got a bottle.
I don't know if he's back in sack yet.
Ah.
Vegas all weekend.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's no more than 10. I know that much.
Can we shout out Tara too, Mrs. P, who was rocking her D-Lo and KC gear yesterday? Hey. And shout out everybody who's been rocking the D-Lo and KC gear over the course of the last few weeks, man. We greatly appreciate everybody supporting the brand and supporting D-Lo and KC and all of that good stuff. George Karl is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. Lots of things we want to talk about, George. We want to talk to George Karl about. Obviously, we will talk about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about his time here. I'm sure people are anxious to hear that. I also want to get his thoughts on, the Trailblazers and the Nuggets yesterday. He seems to still be pretty closely aligned with the Nuggets. I think he even tweeted "Go Nuggets" at one point yesterday, which did kind of throw me off a little bit because I don't know that he tweeted "Go Bucks" anywhere. But different. Hey, I don't know. But we'll talk to George Karl about that now. Of course, George Karl is a podcast host, so I think he's officially a part of the media when you host a podcast.
So too, and I said it earlier. I'll say it again about George Karl. I'm not saying it just because he's coming on the show, because his delivery and the way he comes across, I can imagine as a coach could come off in a way that people aren't fond of.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I listen to his podcast sometimes. I love hearing him talk about basketball in the NBA. Even if I don't agree, I love hearing him talk about the NBA. And you can say whatever you want about George Karl. He's seen it all in this league. You know what I'm saying? So I'm the type of guy where, you get somebody like that who's seen it all and done it all in this league. I like to sit up there and hear the stories and hear what their mindset is. So, well,
I know what we can say about him now. It's that he's with us, and he's the host of Truth in Basketball with George Karl. George, you're a member of the media now. You realize this, right? With the podcast.
I refuse my membership.
No, you can't do it. Truth in Basketball. That makes you a member of the media. You're tweeting about games last night. I wanted to get your opinion before we dive into some other topics here on the Blazers and the Nuggets. Were you surprised by that outcome yesterday?
I wasn't surprised by the outcome. I was surprised at how the game was played and how Denver kind of played like it was a regular season game. They played well early. Portland fought back, got back to close to halftime, and then, they thought the home court was going to make them win it. And I just think Portland, Lillard. I always believe playoff basketball, the first thing you look at is the best player versus the best player. And I thought Jokic has been the best player in the NBA all year long. And in the second half, Lillard outperformed them, and that doesn't happen very often. Jokic had big numbers and good stats, but he didn't play that dominant guy in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And Denver, I thought, floundered down the stretch, and I thought it would be a close game, and it would be determined by the fourth quarter basketball. But it never got close once Portland pulled away.
Mm-hmm.
Denver couldn't find any answers.
Coach, there was a couple times in that fourth quarter, late in the third quarter, when I saw Carmelo Anthony out there. And there was a couple of times when I know for most of his career, he probably would have forced a shot, but he made the extra pass. And I can imagine somebody like yourself who coached Anthony and probably went head up with him a couple of times, like, hey, make this decision, sitting back and being like, see, finally, he understands what I've been trying to tell him for all those years. Did you see the same thing with Carmelo in that game?
Yes, in the second half, he came out when he got back in the game. In the second half, he missed his first 3 or 4 shots, and after that, he gravitated away from taking shots. He gravitated into being a facilitator, and he drew the defense to him and got some open looks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he had a couple of assists on some 3 balls that were really important.
Yeah,
in the second half, and I think all great individual scorers have a degree of, whatever the phrase is, selfish nature to them. But in a playoff game, I think Melo understands that the team is going to win it. And if you have too many eyes out there, too many me guys out there, you're not going to win.
Mm.
And I think Portland's got their personality well defined. It's Lillard's team. And it's McCollum's team, and Melo's got to be that role guy that can, if he can have a 15-point quarter, that's going to help that team win the basketball game. They got a great wild card with Melo in the first half, and then the Anthony Simmons kid comes on and has a great second half. And usually when you get 2 wild cards like that, you have a hell of a chance to win.
Yeah.
George Karl with us here on ESPN 1320. Are you surprised Melo still gets booed in Denver?
Oh, am I surprised? No. Fans are becoming bigger fans. Fanaticals are becoming more fanatical.
Yeah.
Okay.
George, there's some other things we want to talk to you about, but I'm a big New York Knicks supporter here on this show, and I thought the scene at the Garden last night was special. Did it look like just another playoff crowd to you, or was it something that the allure of the Garden, was that on center stage last night, in your opinion?
I thought it was pretty magical. I love the Garden. It's my favorite place to play. My favorite place to win a game is in Madison Square Garden. Being from Pittsburgh, that's not the city, but it's close to the playground. And I like the. What's funny is I think it's going to be a really close series.
Yeah.
I think last night's game is going to be very similar to every game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a lot of difference in either one of the teams. Trae Young got the best of the game last night, and he's grown up a little bit, but I still think he's got a little further to go before he wins the playoff series.
George, Rick Adelman is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame next year. We had an opportunity to talk to him last week. Obviously, that's Kings fans wish your time here had gone a little bit differently, but that's an honor you're absolutely going to get here in the coming years. Do you have any memories of coaching against Rick Adelman you can share?
The great story I'll tell you about Rick Adelman is Rick Adelman got hired by the Portland Trailblazers to Jack Ramsey as an assistant coach.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack Ramsey interviewed two coaches. He interviewed me, and he interviewed Rick Adelman. Two guys that won 1,000 games. So whoever was doing the coaching searches in Portland, I think it was Stu Inman back then, and Jack Ramsey, of course, is a basketball magnificent basketball giant. He interviewed two of us. He picked Rick. I went on to Cleveland that year as player personnel director. Found out that I didn't want to be a scout the rest of my life, and I went back into coaching a year later.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's great. So it was between you and Rick Adelman to be on that Portland staff.
Right.
Wow.
Back in the days where they had one or two assistants, and Jack Ramsey. I mean, Rick played for Jack.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that familiarity, I'm not saying, Jack has always been good to me.
Yeah.
Jack treated me really well after he didn't hire me, and he's always been a fan and a friend, or was a fan and a friend. And Jack Ramsey is one of the greats of all time.
Yeah, for sure.
As you are frustratingly aware of, things haven't gone very well since Rick Adelman wrapped up his time here in Sacramento. You came through and had your final two coaching years here as part of the Sacramento Kings organization. And you tweeted after the Kings had missed the playoffs, I think now for the 15th straight season, that you can only look at one place when something like this happens. What direction should we be looking at here? Whose head should we be coming for?
Well, the coach is always the guy who has the target on his chest.
Yep.
And changing the coach sometimes changes the result. But I would think management and ownership would start looking at there's other things that come into play here.
Mm-hmm.
Contracts, bad trades, bad drafts. And changing coaches, I have no idea why there's not more support for continuity in the game of basketball and the game of pro sport.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the same problem that you can be looked at in baseball and football. And I mean, as soon as it starts getting a little wobbly, the guy with the target is the coach. And I really don't think that necessarily is the reason as much as everybody else feels it's the reason.
Mm-hmm.
A long time ago, I had the blessing to have a day. I spent a day with Bill Walsh, and he told me that 90% of NFL organizations are not together enough to win a championship. That every year there's only 3 or 4 teams that have everybody unified, committed, dedicated
to the challenge of winning a championship.
Mhm.
And, you know, the only thing I can say about most dysfunctional teams in the NBA is there's a lot of negative energy and a lot of infighting going on that creates leadership and motivation and inspiration difficult to come to work every day and get it done. And that's what a coach's job is, to win tomorrow. But an organization's job is to support the coach.
Mhm.
Organization's job is prepare to help that coach win not only tomorrow but the next year, and have a plan in place that maybe you can win for 4 or 5 straight years.
Mhm.
But I don't think many organizations work together very well. I don't think they have a commitment to each other, the different departments. From now you have analytics, now you have physiology, now you have culture, now you have stats. And you have so many different areas of opinion, and that's fine. I love information. I love wisdom. I love good thoughts. But the truth is, when you walk out of that room, you're together. And then you support the decision that was made, and then you got to support the team, his players, and also the coach.
So George, as you're probably well aware, the Kings have, they tried to revamp that front office this past offseason, getting Monty McNair, bringing him in here. As somebody who's a fan of the team and also somebody that covers the team, I would like to think objectively. I'm at the point now where 15 years is too long. Like, they need to make the playoffs next year. Is that fair or unfair, considering they have had this front office change less than 9 months ago? How long should I be looking at that new front office as any success now?
I think you're speeding it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the Eastern Conference, I would say making the playoffs next year is a fair challenge.
Mm-hmm.
But the West is so damn deep, and there's so many. I mean, Sacramento is not a bad basketball team. They're just not a playoff basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
They had stretches this year they were playing like a playoff basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
There were stretches this year I thought they were going to turn the corner. But the West is just really, really difficult. And I'll be honest with you, I think there should be a sabbatical on firing coaches during COVID.
Mm.
I just don't think the hand that has been dealt in these last 2 seasons has been fair to basketball. I mean, lack of practice, lack of continuity, the COVID, the protocol of where you felt like you were in jail when you went on the road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the home court kind of became a disadvantage. I think let's get back to square one where the fans are coming in the building, and we got the old school style of playing in front of 20,000 crazy fans and judge it then. But to judge it on these last 2 years, I think it's kind of unfair to whoever's judging, players, coaches, management. COVID has been difficult for everybody in many, many ways. And when you're playing a game of stress and mental toughness and physical toughness, it's probably even been more difficult to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the 2 years that Luke Walton has been the head coach here in Sacramento, were those 2 COVID years. Do you have an opinion on him as a coach?
Anybody who's been around Luke Walton knows he's a hell of a guy. He's got a great basketball mind. And I think he's trying, he reminds me a little bit of my early career, where I had some success, but I also had some failure. And you're searching for who you want to be. And I don't think Luke made a step backwards last year, but I do think he is searching for what he wants to be as a coach. And don't get me wrong, I have a son that's a coach in the G League.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about this all the time, that when you're a young coach, you're kind of figuring out, do I want to play like this, or do I want to play like that, or do I want to play like this? And it takes you some time to fall in love with the talent that you have, and then meshing it with psychology and personality and a fundamental basketball nature that makes it a good team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And, you know, people don't understand. In basketball coaching, if you win 60% of your games, you have a chance to be a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
So you're losing 40% of the time, even when you're really, really good.
Yeah.
And I think we overreact to the fact that, you know, in most NBA seasons, there's only about half a dozen teams that have great years, and then there are maybe another 6 or 8 teams that have good years, and there are 15 or 16 teams that have bad years.
Yeah. Coach Karl, I want to get out on this one real quick. A lot of people out here in Sacramento, we loved what we saw out of Tyrese Halliburton his rookie year. We feel like there was a huge growth in De'Aaron Fox this year, and there still could possibly be more room for him to grow. You've seen really good to great backcourt your entire career, whether it's Hersey Hawkins, Gary Payton, Sam Cassell, Ray Allen, Johnson Billups, and what you had on him in Denver. Do you think that De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton can be, I'm not going to say, go Mark Jackson, say be the best backcourt of all time, but be one of those top backcourts? Is that a good pairing? Do you see that in the future for these two?
I like it. I mean, I thought Halliburton was really good. I don't know if he got hurt, but his first 20-some games in the league, I was really impressed. It seemed to be a little up and down at the end of the year. But I don't know if that was injury related or just a situation of being a young player in the NBA. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, you got to like the kid. I mean, the kid is just growing up right in front of you. Yeah. And I think the next thing is winning. How do you put winning, the winning nature and a winning culture and a winning demand on a young team? But they're close. They're close. I know everybody at this time of year gets excited about the draft and all that. I think what Sacramento needs more than anything else is another solid veteran player that could play maybe 30 minutes and help these guys along the way when the NBA season gets ugly and tough on them. Yeah. Sometimes I think, with bad teams, I think Sacramento fell in this category this year. When they started playing poorly, it lasted a little bit too long. And I think veteran players have a way of turning a bad streak, a bad losing streak, and shutting it down when it should be shut down. Sometimes the schedule delivers you a lot of losses, and you just got to realize that. But there are other times that it's your mental toughness that decides on how well you're going to do in a game sometimes.
If George's assessment on Luke Walton is accurate, George went 55-27 in his 6th season and went to the conference finals.
Let's go.
I think we're all hoping that you're right in that assessment. We appreciate you for joining us. We know that Hall of Fame nod is coming here really, really soon. Until then, enjoy your time in the media, my friend, with the Truth in Basketball podcast. We appreciate you for joining us. No, can't do it. That's not how it works, George. That's not how it works. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it,
George.
All right. That's George Karl right there.
You know what, Damien? I know this is unpopular to a lot of people that maybe crossed paths with him on a personal level or whatever.
James Ham. James Ham tells us he called him an a-hole at the end of
uncalled for, like complete uncalled for. The guy, when he speaks basketball, I listen.
I don't think nobody looks at George Karl and goes, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, he's had his swing and misses, like Seth Curry comes to mind. He's had his swings and misses like every other coach has, like every other general manager has. I don't think anybody questions that part of George. I've said this, and I'll say this till the end of time. George was the wrong fit here. He should not have been. Wrong organization, wrong star player, wrong timing, wrong everything. It just wasn't the right guy for this organization. But when it comes to on a basketball level, like his resume it's undeniable. Once you get past those first couple of years, and we're literally talking a couple of years with Cleveland and Golden State. He missed the playoffs once with Milwaukee. They were 41-41. Then he didn't miss the playoffs again until he was Sacramento's head coach.
And the things that he talks about as far as like, creating a continuity, and I know he's always the type that's going to defend the coach. So you gotta lead with that. You got to know that's part of just how he goes about things because he's lived a coach life.
Yeah.
But when you talk about continuity and you talk about the front office getting on the same page and no infighting and all this other stuff, he's 100% right. Like we talk about here, the ownership group needs to stop with the infighting.
That's
like
it.
Before you even get in the building, before you get to the front office, the infighting that goes on in the ownership group needs to stop.
Everybody clawing, trying to be like the guy. Like I don't think there is a single issue with the front office right now. I don't think this is literally Monty's front office. This wasn't, pieced together. This wasn't mismatched. These were the guys that he brought in here to accomplish the task that he laid out for us last week. Make the playoffs and make the playoffs immediately. There are issues and will remain to be issues as long as this organization keeps losing. And the truth is, there's probably going to remain issues in that ownership group when this team begins winning, because everybody's going to want to take credit. They're going to float stories out to this reporter. They're going to float stories out to this radio show host. I can't wait for George Karl to appear on the other radio station in 3 days in a taped interview. Can't wait for that to happen. But you always know when the ownership group. You always know when people in the ownership group get a little antsy and they either want to distance themselves from something that's not happening, or they want to let the Kings be in position to make the playoffs next year. It'll be some person float something to who, and it becomes, if they hadn't reeled in Vivek Ranadive, boy, I tell you, like, does anybody think Vivek actually pips up the phone and calls a radio show host? Or calls an athletic reporter or a Sacramento Bee reporter? I find that really, really hard to believe.
Yeah. And you're 100% right with your assessment of saying, like, even when things pick up, and go well, they'll be fighting about who should get the credit. And one of the things that will turn, in my opinion, turn everything around, and we keep saying, is there has to be an all for one mentality in that whole organization from top to bottom. We talk about all for one in the ownership group. We talk about all for one in the front office and decision making. We talk about all for one in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? And Jay-Z said it best. Nobody wins when the family feuds. Nobody wins when the family feuds. And they've got to sit down and say, this is what's best for the company. This is best for business, for us to be on the same page. And I hope that is coming now. Like, it needs to happen now, because I think about what Mr. Halliburton said on Friday. And he said people came around here, he didn't see all that King stuff. One of the things that we forget, and I think me and you have talked about this, is it's kind of a generation of Kings fans who they just watch the NBA and they like everybody else aside from the Kings, because all they know is the Kings being no good. And when you talk about best for business, now we talking about business. Because if you can't get it together enough where you can win and people can care about what you're putting on the court, now you're messing the bottom dollar.
More NBA storylines to dive into from this weekend. Donovan Mitchell speaking to the media right now. He's not holding back whatsoever. Also, Julio Jones. Okay, I think it just got real. We'll have that. Is Elo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
China man, I mean, what you want us to say about DMC? You know what I'm saying? Like,
what do you want us to ask? Like, Shida man, what's the question you want to ask that he hasn't answered 100 times?
And even then, like, we know what it is. They don't like
DeMarcus got a DNP yesterday. Like, if DeMarcus scored 40, yeah, there's a tie-in.
Yeah.
DeMarcus was a DNP. I don't. Excuse the language, but it is legitimately like, why are you bringing up old shit? Like, I mean, you even saw his chuckle when I brought up
the Kings in general,
but I had to tie it to the tweet so it didn't sound like I'm coming on a Sacramento radio station to talk about the same stuff again. Like, it's interesting to get his opinion on this current crop of the Kings. But I would rather have his opinion on the ownership group than on DeMarcus Cousins.
And I thought it was pretty interesting when he said, when he mentioned the Kings aren't that far away. So they're not a bad team. They went through bad stretches, and that's what hurt them. But, that they're not as far away as people like to make them, I don't think.
I got the audio for Shannon Sharpe if you want to use that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, do you not? Well, I'll ask you on there. Over under. I thought Cousins should have played on Saturday.
Yeah, I
was in and out of that game. I saw the whole fourth quarter, but I was in and out of that game, so I don't really know why. What the matchups were, but I thought he could have played.
I kind of thought this is what you brought him in here for. Maybe Dallas isn't the right. Isn't this working?
George Karl can definitely make a left-handed layup. Absolutely. Go check that man's resume in North Carolina. He could play.
Hey, Ray McCollum alone.
D3500. That's everybody, man. It starts. There's a level of cohesion that needs to happen on every level of this franchise, man, from the top to the front office to the court, and yeah, they need to figure that out.
It's all right, Shay. Hey, we're here for it.
It's all love.
We're here for it. Yeah.
It's all love.
We are here for it. Probably should have asked how he's doing. I don't know if he would have given an honest answer or not, but
what's going on?
His voice was a little
old
scratchier than I thought. Can we drop that in the folder, Jesse? I'll try to do something with that later.
He's in the 70s, huh?
Yeah, I think he's 70. Shout out to Christina Warner, who's listening. Enjoyed that conversation with George Karl. If you missed that, you can download the Odyssey app. You can use the rewind feature. You can subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast on said Odyssey app or on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you choose to get your podcast from. Or you can follow us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. We need 10 more subscribers over there. We need real people to subscribe to us, not these buyfollowers.com.
Want to be famous?
Buyfollowers.com that have infiltrated our Twitch account. Here they are. No, we would prefer real people to follow us over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. As we get closer and closer to that 1,000 subscriber marker. So that's pretty dope, man. We appreciate all the love on these social media channels that we just started here a couple of months ago. We've got a lot of things that we've got to talk about here as the second half of the show approaches. More basketball we want to dive into, including, are we reacting a little bit by saying maybe we're seeing we're seeing the evolution of the league here. Like, what do we see? Trae Young quieted down New York. Devin Booker shut down the Lakers. Ja Morant knocked off the top-seeded Utah Jazz. Hell, we even saw Chris Middleton with the go-ahead over there for the Milwaukee Bucks.
And Luka did what Luka did. You know,
triple doubles. Yeah, people love Luka Doncic triple doubles. It's the strangest thing. So we'll dive into all of those. Do you just want to acknowledge this and get it over with? Because I want to get to the Julio Jones sound.
Yeah.
In just a minute. I want to get to that because I know that excites you.
Oh yeah.
But let's just go ahead because you talked about this. You talk about this regularly. Every Monday, I put in the rundown. Sometimes we don't have time for it because we're talking basketball. We're talking all these, different things, and But every Monday, it's like, hey, another weekend, and the Giants are in first place. Well, Giants aren't in first place, nor are they in second.
Oh, damn.
It was a rough
weekend. How that happened all weekend?
This is a rough weekend for you boys, man. I don't know if this was a measuring stick series or not, but if it was, yikes.
Yeah, we ain't there.
Because the Padres have won like 9 in a row. The Dodgers have won 7 in a row. And now the Giants, who they had a little winning streak of their own going, now they've lost 3 in a row.
What needs to happen, though, Damian, is we need to keep our eyes on the prize if we're the San Francisco Giants. The eyes on the prize is getting into the postseason.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
And, winning the division, that would have been nice. That would have been cool, but it's not expected by anybody.
Okay, wait.
Get back on that horse and get into the postseason. That's your goal.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So is it over? Like the hope for the division is gone after this weekend series against the Dodgers. Like it's just over. We're done.
Let me tell you this, man.
Okay.
I'd be surprised if they were ever in first place again.
Wow.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Wow. Giants fans, how do you feel about this?
Well, we don't. I mean, it's not heartbreaking. We didn't expect much of anything this year. So now we have shifted the goals into getting to the postseason. Being in first place, that's all good. That's what we want. That would be awesome, or whatever the case may be. But get into that wild card game and face San Diego or face the Dodgers in a one-game setting.
Face San Diego. I don't know
No,
if you want to do that.
We take any of these boys in a one-game setting. We throw Gosman on there. Oh yeah, we take any of these boys in a one-game setting. Any of them. One game? It'd be tough to win a series.
Sure, one game. Yeah. Okay, well, that's all you want. One game.
Yeah, one game. So the focus is shifted. Let's take care of business. Do what we're supposed to do against these lesser teams. Get into the wild card and take our chances there. This was a gap year for the Giants, to be honest.
Oh God, it was a gap year. Well,
Absolutely.
we don't have to question where that came from. It came straight from the mouth of Kenny Caraway. A gap year, huh?
Gap season. A gap year. We still
what's on the other
and Julio Ramos to come through. Come on now. I said that before. Julio Ramos and Luciano, that's what we're waiting for.
So that's what's on the other side of the gap?
Absolutely.
Because if you have a gap year, that means there's something on the other side. That was one of the funny things about the so-called gap year with the term. It's like, with the Kings, it's like, all right, cool. What's on the other side of the gap? Like the gap year in college, you're taking a year off, but you're going back to college.
Yeah.
That's the gap year. Otherwise, you're a dropout. So the idea is you're going to the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
The playoffs for the Kings, the gap year, the other side was the playoffs.
And for the Giants?
For the Giants, the other side is Julio Ramos and Luciano. And them boys coming up and doing what they do. And then you got what's my other boy's name, the right fielder? I'm drawing a blank on him. I really am. He's not as high as Hunter Bishop. That's what I'm thinking of. Hunter Bishop, Julio Ramos, and Luciano. That's on the other side.
Quick question. What's the Giants' core?
It's a good question. And that's part of the reason why. So we had this discussion, I think off air, we didn't get on air, about why I wasn't as amped up for this weekend series with the Dodgers. Part of that was they don't have a core in the majors right now. It's just these loose parts or whatever. I like Mauricio Dubon. Yaz is cool, but he's like 30-something. Who knows how long he's going to be around. Gosman, he's 31 years old. He's doing a great job, but he's 31. Alex, there's a bunch of these guys they just kind of put together. and to fill the team. The core isn't there yet.
Okay.
The core is Julio Ramos, Luciano, and Hunter Bishop. And
Luciano pouring from the sky, let's get rich. What? that Luciano, or is this a different one?
This Luciano. It's a different Luciano.
Bucky Luciano? Okay.
Bombs.
Okay.
Bombs.
Okay.
So there's him, and then a year ago maybe you'd put Joey Bart in there. I don't know if Joey Bart's in the core anymore. I think he's just the core.
That quickly. Wow.
I wasn't impressed.
I remember being on the – were we on the air?
Yeah, we were on the air. Yeah.
The day he was called up?
Yeah, it was big time. And he's not core no more. Matter of fact, I think they drafted a catcher a year ago.
Well, that went south quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
They drafted a catcher before they saw Joey Bart in the major leagues.
Oh, I remember you told me about that.
Yeah. So
baseball's a wild place, man.
Yeah.
I try to wrap my head around it. I just sometimes I can't.
But oddly enough, the core isn't even here yet. Could you imagine that in Sacramento if the core was in Stockton?
Nope. That's not how baseball works. That's not how basketball works. Excuse me. That's not how the core is here immediately. It's only in baseball. Like, it doesn't happen in football. I don't know how they do things in hockey, but in baseball is the only sport where you go, yeah, our best player, he's down in Saskatoon. I don't even know where that is, but if that's a real place, I think it's in Canada. I could be wrong. Okay. Core is not here yet. So that's exciting news for the San Francisco Giants. We've also learned it's a gap year. If you have an issue with any of these takes, please reach out directly. I am K Diddy on Twitter.
They have a problem with it because they know it's true.
Or just search Amin Elison's head because Kenny lives there. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I am Damian Barling. We thank you so much for hanging out with us today. If you want to get in on these phone lines, please do. I've been kind of quiet today. We heard from Poker Pro Eric earlier, heard from Ramsey. Let's get these phone lines open for you. 916-349-1320. You know who had their phone lines working was Shannon Sharpe. I can't figure out if this was a work. I can't figure out if this was planned. I don't know if Julio knows what happened, but this is courtesy of Skip. This is Shannon and Skip. This is the Undisputed. An interesting phone call was made this morning by Shannon Sharpe to Julio Jones.
What's going on, bro?
Now let me mind you, like, it's not like connected through like he called him on his phone and put him on speaker. That's what you're hearing right here.
What's going on, bro?
Man, nothing much. About to go meet up with my brother. What's happening with you?
Man, look, you want to go to the Cowboys, Julio, or you want to stay in Atlanta?
Oh, man, nah, I'm out of there, man.
You out of there?
He's out of there.
Are you going to? Ideally, where would you like to go?
Right now, I want to win.
Okay. Well, don't go to Dallas. If you go, you ain't winning in Dallas, Julio.
Man, listen, come on, man. You already know I know.
Okay.
Can you remind him we're on television?
Ask him why I wore the Dallas.
Listen. You know how people is, man, with all that going on with the picture.
Yeah.
And all that stuff like that.
Okay.
Man, I ain't never been on that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. That's good enough. Yeah. Julio, I'll talk to you later. Thanks for calling me back. We on air, but I appreciate you calling me, dog.
You didn't tell him till the end that we on air. By the way, I got it. I mean, you know what Shannon is doing between certain hours of the day, right? I mean, I know you could speak to that. Doesn't stop people from calling or texting. Like, you do know what we're doing right now, right? like I gotta imagine Julio knows what Shannon is doing in that moment.
And that's a live show, by the way.
Very live.
Right? It's a live show. So Shannon calls him at, he's probably on the East Coast, so probably 10 o'clock his time. He knows what's on TV. I think they all knew what was going on.
How schoolgirl was Shannon, or how schoolgirl was Skip during that whole interview? See, I told you. Ask him about the jersey. Hey, come on, Skip. You've been around the game. Skip, you've been around the game for like 4 decades. What are you doing? You sound like he's on the phone with an NSYNC member or something. Like, what is going on? Like, One Direction's on the phone, and you're going crazy. Like, what is happening right now?
Yes, Skip was looking a little crazy. But I mean,
my new Jordans on.
Oh, that angle is just
It's wild. It's a wild world.
Like, you're not getting no kind of credibility from me because you got on some patent leather Jordans. Skip, stop. It seems forced at this point. I don't even wear Jordans every day.
Okay, timeout. Are you taking a shot at the patent leather Jordans?
No, I'm taking a shot at Skip.
Okay, that's fine then. Carry on. Proceed, sir.
It's so like I said. Even Damien, you and me, we got closets, right? We got closets, right? We don't wear Jordans every single day.
I don't wear them any day, dude. I haven't left my house in a year and a half.
So forced.
What you mean?
Man.
Like,
so
man, I wear the same pair. These white fly knit Air Force Ones that I have on are as crispy white as they were back in March of 2020. They have not stepped foot outside the confines of the D-Lo and KC studio here in Natomas, California, which is not a real place. Sacramento County, but still, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess Natomas isn't a city.
Sacramento.
Yeah.
But I had to drive the point home. But these shoes don't go outside. I'm not putting Jordans on. Now, if I went into the studio, it'd be different. You got to floss a little bit. Like, I'm pitching that as they're building the new D-Lo and KC studios, I'm pitching like the drip walk like they have at the Golden One Center. I think we need that. Like, when we walk in each day, what do we got on? Boom. Immediately uploads to Instagram. Like, from what I hear, the new D-Lo and KC studio is about to be like this super high tech. Like, we were kind of hip to what it might be. Like, it's probably not going to be bottles behind us. And if they do, they're going to be like LED bottles. Like, it's going to be something wild. But I'm proposing the drip walk when we come into the building, and
I'm all for that. I'm all for that.
And for us, we need the low angle so you can get the shoes. Because
absolutely,
most people, waist up, get the makeup, or get the good hair day. No.
Everything.
You got to get the shoes, or it don't work. If you don't get the shoes, the whole mission is blown.
Yeah, I'm not even posting it if you don't get the shoes.
That's big facts. That's big facts. But I'm done with that place. I'm done with Atlanta. Like, so this has long been speculated on, and since that phone call, I know Adam Schefter dug a little deeper into this, as did a number of NFL reporters. A couple of things that we found here along the way. One, Atlanta has asked teams that have inquired about Julio Jones. So he asked for a trade a couple of months ago. Atlanta said, "Hey, no problem. Like, we'll listen to offers." According to Adam Schefter, this was tweeted this morning after that phone call right there with Shannon and Julio. Atlanta has asked teams that have inquired about Julio Jones for a first-round pick in return. Others around the league don't believe that the Falcons will ultimately get a first-round pick for the Pro Bowl wide receiver.
Also, isn't this a situation where leverage is now lost?
I don't think so. I know people argue that when something is said publicly, but I don't feel like anything has changed.
Okay.
Because it's not like he said, I'm not going back. It's not like he said, I'm never putting on a Falcons uniform. He didn't say anything along those lines.
No, but he said, I'm done there.
Yeah,
it's pretty definitive. I'm done there.
But that could also be happening. I mean, that could also be at Atlanta too. Like, Atlanta'd be like, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. You won't be here next year. We'll get you moved. I don't think he's lost any leverage, or excuse me, I don't think they've lost any leverage. I think we overblow that sometimes.
Okay. The other thing about that though, and he talked about, with Shannon and Skip, was he said, trying to figure out where he's trying to go. He said, I want to win. I want to win. So, I mean, that narrows it down to maybe a handful of teams.
I've got 3 teams I would like for you to consider.
Okay. Talk to me.
And they're the 3 teams that Vegas would like you to consider. And reports have a 4th man. Who is the 4th man? They'd say, I'll have that for you here in just a second. I don't want to keep Craig waiting too much longer. 916-349-1320. What's up, Craig?
What's up, fellas? Long time no talk to.
Yeah, where you been?
Man.
Well, I've been busy working, unfortunately, during the time that you guys got your show going on. And then I pick it up today, and you're bad-mouthing the Giants already, D-Lo. Like, stressing me out right now.
Wait. No. I wasn't. I'm a broadcast journalist, Craig. I was just asking a question. I was asking Kenny, who was all about the Giants are in first place. The Giants were in first place. All I was asking are now that they're not in first place and they're in third, does that mean the season is washed? It's over. That's all.
Got it. Okay, well, I appreciate you clearing that up because, as we all know, it's a long season with 162 grueling games, and that series doesn't mean anything. It's one thing to figure it out and move forward.
Craig gets me. That's what I was trying to get Kenny to say, but Kenny wouldn't say it. He was a little bit more doom and gloom.
Look, Craig is right. It's a long season and 162 games. All that. Craig, you're talking to a big time Giants fan right now. I'd be surprised if they were back in first place. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't mean the season's over.
The Padres and the Dodgers have a much more talented roster top to bottom. We are outplaying our talent level right now, which is great. Our pitching's been phenomenal, and all of our 30-plus-something-year-olds that we have on our team, Belt, Crawford, Posey, all of our pitchers down, all the one-year deal guys, they're all playing outstanding. So for that, as a Giants fan, we got to be happy. But, I mean, if we can keep this energy moving forward, which pitching generally does, the hitting that goes up and down, we'll be just fine. We'll be in a spot at the end to try and make the playoffs, but not win the division. I'd be shocked.
We get into that wild card game, and we'll be all right. That's all I'm looking for right now.
Great to hear from you, Craig, man. We appreciate you. Thank you for that. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in and be a part of the conversation.
I need these teams, though. What you talking about, Damian?
Rumors, sources close to the NFL say one team that has already had trade discussions with Atlanta was the New England Patriots.
Yeah, that's one. They're on my list.
New England has the cap room because that's a focal point of this conversation is Julio's contract over the next couple of years. New England, despite the fact that everybody is, Bill Belichick, what a genius. He spent $127 million on free agents. He's never done that before. Oh, my God, what an incredible football mind. And that was just Teddy Bruschi. They amazingly still have money. They still have cap space. So
they got that Seahawks.
They got the Seahawks and Rams deal. Yeah, they got the Seahawks and Rams.
While we signed Tevin Coleman, and all of a sudden we ain't got no money.
Yeah. Well, Tevin Coleman was ready. He was ready to play. Vegas, not so much. They weren't as in on the Patriots. Now, the Patriots, according to these reports, have had actual discussions with the Atlanta Falcons. Vegas seems to like these three other teams better.
Okay.
One of these names, in fact, I think all three of these names keep popping up. The Ravens. Great big target for Lamar Jackson. I get it. I see it. And I like it a lot. Chargers. Justin Herbert. Okay. Tough division. Okay. Maybe, they could be that worst to first team, or flip that, please. Yeah, worst to first. Yeah, that's right. I had that right the first time. Yeah, they could be that, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Were they worse than Denver? I can't remember. They both stunk. They were worse than Denver. Denver almost. No, they were worse than Denver.
I think the Chargers are ahead of Denver. If I had to choose.
Well, they weren't good enough.
Yeah.
So you got potential matchup there. And the third pick that Vegas seems to really, really like is the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
And listening to Julio talking about winning, the Ravens, okay.
Ravens are there,
yeah. I'm not gonna down that at all. Patriots, I don't think so. But the Patriots aren't what they were last year. At least I don't believe they are what they were last year. Chargers, no, they were 7-9 last year, third in the AFC West. 49ers are the team. 49ers. That deal is out there. Like the 49ers are that team. They need to go get the work in. They need to go make this happen. I'm sounding like Kenny Caraway right now. They need to make this happen. If I'm John Lynch, I don't know why I just slipped into Stephen A. where I was trying to do Kenny Caraway right there. But you got to go get this done.
Well, let's bring
just
Jesse
load it
in
up,
here.
load the roster up. Like, let's go.
We definitely need to get that done. Bring Jesse in real quick because he just asked us an interesting question that I want to ask people. Go ahead. What you saying?
Yeah, what gives the 49ers a better chance at the Super Bowl? This team currently with Jimmy or this team with Lance starting and Julio there?
Ooh. Now, see, I'm just cautious by nature. Okay, I'm just cautious by nature.
It's the name of your hip hop group.
I don't want to throw the young boy in there like that. But if you give him Julio to go with Kittle, to go with Devo and Ayuk, I mean, is that a better Super Bowl chance than Jimmy in the current crop?
So let's operate with Jesse's idea here. You release. You would have to execute this pretty quickly. Is it June 1st? It's June something.
It can't happen. No, I think nothing will happen before June 1st.
Okay, so it's so.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a post June 1st deal.
And that clears up about 20 and some change for the 49ers if they cut Jimmy Garoppolo.
About,
I think.
Yeah, I'll double check the number about that.
And then that gives you the ability to absorb, I think it's like 15 and a half from Julio's contract, in which you'd still have to make a trade for. I just don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is a part of a trade package. There's something else there, but you would have to acquire Julio through a trade. You've given up. You have to find, according to reports, you'd have to find a first round pick somewhere, and it might not be for a while. Because the 49ers have given a couple of them away. Or not given them away. They've invested them in Trey Lance.
That would, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to think.
Smiling from ear to ear. By the way, for those that are listening on the radio,
that would be scary to have Trey Lance in there week 1.
And you don't mean scary like, oh my gosh, we're going 17-0. You mean
throwing that young boy in there in week 1.
You mean like
scary for me? Yeah, okay. Like I'm nervous.
Like scary.
Yeah, I'm out here looking like DJ Academics all game. All right. But man, if you get you Julio,
shout out to the 10 people that got that reference, by the way.
If they follow me on Twitter, they should get it. But they might not even know that's CJ Academics. But Julio to go with Devo, Ayuk.
Do you have to in Mostert and Bosa and all of these different pieces that you got coming back healthy? Like I got you, but is the only way to make this happen to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo one way or another?
Well, I've heard different scenarios where it can be done without getting rid of Jimmy.
Okay.
I gotta look at that and figure out exactly what that entails. But I have heard that it can be done without getting rid of Jimmy.
I think we're going to have to reach out. I think we're going to have a Chris Biederman or Kyle Madsen combo here and kind of get the lay of the land here. I'm taking a quick peek at some things here. Chris Biederman tweeted shortly after that phone call was made on live television. Julio Jones, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Kyle Shanahan, that running game.
Oh.
I can't think of a better situation to throw a rookie quarterback into.
I'm literally like that Vince McMahon meme where you just keep naming names and then I just fall out of my chair eventually.
That's uncomfortable to think about. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll let you know Julio's contract, and we want to dive back into the NBA, the playoffs. Of course, we're overreacting to the first weekend of the playoffs. So I'm going to pose this question. Are we looking at evolution of the league? Are we looking at the next superstars of the National Basketball Association? We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey roll along here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh my goodness.
Do you need a minute?
Yeah, let me slide real quick. Jeez.
Jesse, I know the chat didn't hear that. The savings on Jimmy is $25 million. Wait, what's wrong? We need an on-call IT. What's wrong? Is Kenny's internet being weird? Oh my God, that's big facts. I'm just getting I don't know what's going on. What is happening here? Okay, I'm caught up now. Y'all are wild. Okay. I don't know, man. He got an arm, Cole. I don't know. Give it up for Cautious by Nature. I don't know why I had to yell that in the microphone. My apologies. Brown should give them. That's funny. Yeah, that's true. Just if Tua had Julio last year, they would have made the playoffs. That's true. Did they draft? I can't. Oh, who'd they get? What? Who did they draft this year? Waddle. That's what it was. Yep. Will Fuller. That's right. Why did you put quotations around this? Like, I feel like that's your question. I love y'all. Okay. Now some of y'all are just being ridiculous. You aren't wearing Jordans under 25 because you can't afford them. Bruh, I see no lie there. No lie. I'm trying to... Yeah, I'm trying to think of when I got my first, bought my first pair. I was in my 20s for sure. It was probably just below 24, but I was an ass. I was doing well at KSFM, but I was an idiot and didn't know. If I was smart with money in 2004, the way I'm smart with money now, man, I'd be good. But my stupid ass needed a BMW and all this dumbass stuff. And Jordans. An excessive amount of Jordans. Of course, I think I got most of my Jordans, say, post 2005. You know. Which player do you think? Which shift in power? Well, that's we're going to talk about this. I think there's two separate questions with two separate answers, but that'll be fun. Ramsey, are you an Atlanta guy? Oh, yes, you are. I knew that. You are an Atlanta guy. We know that. Couple other quick hits before we dive back into the NBA conversation. I want to mention this here real quick. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and YouTube.com/ESPN1320 for those who want to hang out and watch the show. You can listen live on the Odyssey app. You can listen on your convenience or at your convenience on the Odyssey app. And of course, you can listen to the D'Lo and Casey podcast. You can catch up with our interviews with Rick Adelman, Yolanda Griffith. You can catch up with our conversation with James Ham, Deuce and Mo, Marshall Harris. Deep voice Marshall Harris made his debut last week. That made the rounds on Twitter this weekend, which was a lot of fun. You can catch all of those interviews on the D'Lo and Casey podcast as well. And of course, our earlier conversation with George Karl. We want to thank the former Kings coach for joining us as well. We were talking about Julio Jones. My partner had to step away. If you were watching on the live stream, he was getting a little excited. He needed to step out, get some fresh air, cool off a little bit. He was hot. He was hotter than an NBA analyst talking about a Nikola Jokic triple-double. Julio Jones' salary, by the way, and I think we got this note during the commercial break as well. The amount of money the San Francisco 49ers save post June 1st, I think, was the cut date, Jesse, post June 1st. $25 million and some change. on the Jimmy Garoppolo cut. The money they'd have to absorb from 32-year-old Julio Jones, because Julio is now at the age where you have to point out his age when you talk about him. $15.3 million this year, 11.5 in 2022, and 11.5 in 2023. Those are the years left on the Julio Jones deal per over the cap. Now I'm looking around, and I'm starting to see some 49ers beat writers get on board for this potential deal here. And someone responded to Chris Biederman, Casey, because I know this is something you're probably thinking about. Got to pay Ford, then you got to pay Debo, then you got to pay Bosa.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Biederman responded. Again, this is probably why we'll shoot out a text to Chris Biederman to come join us sometime this week. The Warner contract will be a simple fit with Jimmy Garoppolo likely off the books by 2022. Bosa and Samuel, should they get second contracts, won't likely get big money until the cap goes up in 2023 and beyond. Jones has $2 million in guarantees after 2021. So that salary number that I just mentioned, 11.5 for 2022 and 2023, those dollars aren't guaranteed. That's football money.
The timing is lined up. The timing is lined up.
Okay.
John Lynch, go make this happen. Go make it happen. What are we waiting for? Well, they're waiting for June 1st, but
yeah, right. that's absolutely accurate. They're waiting for the next week to pass. They're waiting for Memorial Day to come and go. But hey, D3500 here on the YouTube chat. Is Julio what the Niners need? This your squad, and I'm not going to tell you you're wrong about this. And I don't think you turn your nose up at Julio. But if you've got a plan, and the plan is in place with Jimmy Garoppolo, do you have to find another way to get Julio Jones? Is Julio Jones that important to your success? Like if you looked around and you thought, this is what the San Francisco 49ers need. Is it a big stud future Hall of Fame wide receiver? And I realize I understand that I backed myself in the corner right there by calling him a stud and a future Hall of Famer and all those different things. But you've got some good receivers. You've got George Kittle. You could call him a tight end if you want to. He can play the role of a wide receiver. Yeah. Need is the operative word. Is this what the 49ers need?
Yeah, I think they need it.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
I look at losing Kendrick Bourne, losing a big body wide receiver, big target for Jimmy or Trey. And you get that in Julio, obviously. It'll take a little bit of the stress and the pressure off Debo Samuels, off of George Kittle. It'll move Brandon Ayuk maybe into the slot. Yes.
Okay.
You need that wide receiver.
All right. We'll let that linger out there as we transition. I think you'll appreciate this. I want to, because we may have seen we didn't see a changing of the guard, but we may have seen the future of the league yesterday. And I know part of that was watching your New York Knicks play. Shout out to our man, Donnie Ramsey. The Dope Ones, thedopeones.com, where many of you grab your D'Lo and KC merchandise there. He's in New York as we speak, hanging out with Spike Lee.
Wow.
He commissioned a giant piece of artwork that's outside Spike Lee's offices in New York, and he had the opportunity. I think he flew out to Florida, drove up to New York, and he just sent this. I'll share it with the folks on YouTube and Twitch, but he's side by side in front of his artwork with the biggest New York Knicks fan on the planet, Spike Lee.
That is awesome. Shout out to him, man. Let me get some air horns for. Oh, that was a wrong button almost. There we go. Almost got in trouble.
Yeah, it's all right. That's all right. $10,000 fine coming your way and a talking to about how boxing kills ratings. Now, New York, I mean, Julius Randle, I don't know that Julius Randle is like the evolution of the superstar, right? Although I'll admit this. I'll admit this, and I see Cole pointing this out in the chat. Normally, I have frowned upon the team mascot, and I know you want to be the Kings team mascot. And I'm not talking about Slamson. Yeah, I'm talking about the courts. I'm talking about the Drake.
Representative.
It's a mascot.
Stop.
You're as big of a character as the guy in the actual costume is.
Stop it.
it's accurate. And with all of that said, it was cool watching Spike get hyped yesterday and then watching him be dejected.
No, wait a minute. Now you just hold on.
No. What I mean is, it was cool to have that vibe back. It wasn't shade at Spike or shade at the New York Knicks. Like, if you got to take the good with the bad, right? And the good memes, that they could become bad memes just that quick. I think Spike had about 10 memes yesterday, just in the course of that game. And after Trae Young hit that killer, it was good to see that at Madison Square Gardens yesterday. It was very, very good to see that. I don't know that there's a Julius Randle, obviously incredible. Well, I don't know that there's an emerging. Is there a star the level of? Is Trae Young the biggest star in that series?
I know what you're asking.
I know you want to say New York is the biggest star in the series, D-Lo. I know that's what you want to say. I'm talking about players.
I'll put it to
will you play along for once in your life?
Trae Young is the biggest. Yeah, he's the biggest.
You
star.
so badly wanted to say it's New York. I could see your brain working. I was
trying not to say.
God, we're spending too much time together. We need like a week off because now I can read your facial expressions.
Because all I'm just going to say, if they were playing the Pacers, do we really care that much about Trae Young to not put him on NBA TV?
Oh, no. You're absolutely right. He quieted Madison Square Garden, not Conseco Fieldhouse, whatever it's called in Indiana.
Look, that elevates him.
No, 100%. I mean, George Karl said to us earlier, George Karl's 70 years old. He's still, Madison Square Garden still his favorite place to play. Tyrese Halliburton, who can't go outside when he goes on road trips, says his favorite arena, in addition to Brooklyn and Staples Center, is I think he even said Madison Square Garden is number one. He might have said Barclays is number one, but he had Madison Square Garden right up there as the first two arenas, listed playing outside of the Golden One Center. So and while we have fun with this conversation, there is absolutely a mystique to playing in New York City. I'm not going to pretend like that's not real. And yes, Trae Young's moment was hitting that shot in New York. Mm-hmm. And that shot goes a long way the further Atlanta goes. Mm-hmm. That shot becomes bigger the further Atlanta goes.
Right.
And you can start looking around, and Ja Morant, the run that he's having right now, the longer that series goes, like the longer the Memphis Grizzlies go, the bigger Ja Morant becomes. Devin Booker, I've had my issues with the way Devin Booker is covered for a while. Like, I've always thought, like, I don't think Devin Booker is an overrated player. I got to find a new word, because overrated is the wrong word. Devin Booker is obviously really good. I think he's an overhyped player. Like, he's talked about in a way that doesn't seem to fit his place in the league. Like, sometimes when they talk about Devin Booker, it's as if he's a top 5 player in the league or a top 10 player in the league. But that moment yesterday where he has that game that he has, after that moment where every, I think, basketball fan who didn't have a rooting interest in it sees Chris Paul go down, and you're like, oh my God, not again. Mm-hmm. Like, this dude has the worst luck on the planet. Don't let this happen again. Yeah. Thankfully it didn't. He came back in the bank, and thoughts and prayers to LeBron James, who I can't wait till, the end of the series, and he says he will. I just knew if I could get my arm over my head a couple of times, we could win the game. I just knew, man. Thoughts and prayers to LeBron's shoulder.
3 arms.
3 arms?
That's what LeBron will say.
Oh, he had, yes. He was just
3 arms.
Yeah, he was only able to use one of them, though. That was a moment for Devin Booker. Mm-hmm. Because it happened in the postseason. Mm-hmm. And we talk so often, it's not just us as fans that are desperate for the Kings to get back to the playoffs. De'Aaron Fox's star magnifies by 1,000 if he has performances like he had this season in the playoffs. Because for me, Devin Booker, it's like y'all are putting him in a category he doesn't belong in. Yesterday, he belonged in that category. Right. And if he continues to have these playoff performances, now we're talking about a top 10 player in the league. Now we're talking about pushing out some of the guys who are getting up there in age and moving them back, and he's stepping forward a little bit. He's taking his steps forward, but he's doing it on the big stage. We joke, De'Aaron Fox got to take a step forward. De'Aaron Fox got to take a step forward. Like, this dude is running out of steps to take. Yet this season, he managed to take one at the halfway point. Imagine his next step is in the playoffs.
Yeah. And that's what it is, Damian. It's not necessarily a statistical step, right? It's not, oh, he's going to go from 27 to 30, which would be great, but not looking for that. The next step is the platform, is the stage that he's going to be on.
It's 31 wins to 43.
Absolutely. And look.
And then 43 to 47, 47 to 52. Like, it's that.
Yeah. And you know, it is what it is. I keep it a stack at all times. And if you want to shut the coffee boy up, you got to be on the postseason stage. That's just what it is. Like, you can't say, I started that whole thing on Saturday saying, you know what? Coffee boy gets the last laugh. You know what I'm saying? Like it or not, he gets the last laugh because this is what he was talking about earlier. So he can say whatever he wants to say until you actually prove him wrong by getting into the playoffs and getting into the postseason. Yep. Because you can make the argument. If I wanted to formulate an argument, I can make an argument that De'Aaron Fox was better than Jason Tatum this year. It don't matter because Jason Tatum has the playoff moments. And nobody will ever listen to your argument because Jason Tatum has been on that stage and done some things in the playoffs. And this is kind of what Harrison Barnes was talking about. Man, like I said, I didn't look at it as shade or nothing like that. I don't think he meant it as shade. But he's like, all the stuff that you think is going to get you a certain level of respect in this league, that's only part of the equation. What gets you the respect ultimately is winning and being on that platform. And if I was De'Aaron Fox, if I was Tyrese Halliburton, I would be, you know how I am, man. I'm always got this chip on my shoulder. I would be running so hot right now. Not at anybody in particular, just at the fact that I'm not there. I'm not in the party. I'm outside of the club right now. You know what I'm saying? I can't get in. And I would be so fueled by just this weekend alone, let alone the rest of the playoffs that are going to go on. But this weekend alone, where I wasn't invited to the party, and I got to make sure I'm never not invited to the party again. Remember this feeling, guys.
And there's a whole lot of great young talent who's been invited to this party, including 4 of the 5 top picks of the 2018 NBA draft. Obviously, DeAndre Ayton is there. DeAndre Ayton has a great piece on The Athletic today where he talks about being the best two-way center, wanting to be the best two-way center in the league. We saw, Jaren Jackson Jr. He's had his stop and goes, right? Like we talk about Marvin Bagley here. They're probably having similar conversations in Memphis. They believe that kid has a tremendous bright side and he can be out there and he can be a contributing piece to this team getting better and better and better. He's just got to stay healthy.
Yeah. I mean, with all due respect to him, he's been a non-factor, so he got it.
I disagree a little bit.
He hasn't done anything this year.
I think he's
back, and that doesn't mean he's a bad player. But this year,
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about overall. My apologies.
No. I'm just talking about this year. Him being,
I got you.
You mentioned, 4 to 5 being in the playoffs. He's working his way back, and like I said, that's no knock on him as an individual talent or anything. Just this season.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. He came back very late, and he didn't have a particularly stellar game yet. Though I do. I should say argue he is a tremendous defensive player. Which is one of the reasons before the Kings were drafting at 2, when we thought the Kings were going to be drafting in more of a middle of the lottery position in the 7-8 range. I was absolutely hoping there was a way that they could land Jaren Jackson Jr. Of course, we could be having the same conversation had that happened. So I guess it doesn't particularly matter. And then, of course, Trae Young and Luka Doncic being the other two. And Luka, I know, we make our remarks about Luka. Luka had a phenomenal game. He had a 30-point triple-double. Sorry. 30-point triple doubles by guys like Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic and LeBron James. Boy, they really get me worked up. The Mavericks, the last 6 minutes, Casey, 18-5 against the Clippers. Man, you say it often. The Clippers are just too cool. They had no urgency in those final 6 minutes. They had no urgency to slow Dallas down. It was they looked like they were moving at the same speed they were moving in quarter number one.
Yeah, and they didn't seem to know where to go. And that's interesting given Rajon Rondo's on that team, a point guard who understands everybody's assignment and everybody's role. But they just didn't look like they knew where to go. I didn't know if Kawhi, once again, not in his nature to demand the ball or anything like that. Paul George kind of shot away from him. They relied on that three-point shot a little too much for my liking. And then on the defensive end, Tim Hardaway Jr., Luka did some good stuff too, and KP hit some shots, but Tim Hardaway Jr. hit some big shots in that fourth quarter. So, yeah, they got to figure it out, man. They got to figure it out because they asked for this. They asked for this matchup. They took all this time off during the regular season, Kawhi and Paul George, basically with the understanding of when we get healthy, everything will be all right, or when we get to the playoffs, everything will be all right. Now they're here, and they can't go down 0-2. I know that much. They better figure something out.
Yeah, Dallas is a team that started out really iffy, and then they hit a stride and seemed to kind of maintain that. They had very few ups and downs they had very few downs after they kind of hit that stride. They just had the ebb and flow of a really good basketball team after getting off to a really rocky start.
No, I was just going to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
A little bit of a positive note.
Oh.
What was a better dunk, RJ Barrett or Kawhi Leonard?
I thought Kawhi's was pretty nasty.
They were both nasty.
but Kawhi's dunk was really unexpected. Mm-hmm. You expect Kawhi to he's just going to do like a really aggressive layup or something. Like he's going to pull up from a foot and just pop up right in. No, I thought Kawhi's, RJ's was good too though, but I thought Kawhi's was just completely unexpected. So I think it caught me with the surprise factor.
I think RJ's had the crowd behind it. I know we're talking about. I'm not even talking about the Garden. There was just more people.
No, it helped. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely.
That made it go crazy. They went to a timeout afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you get the shots of them leaving. So there's that. But the one Kawhi's was, and Kleber fell afterwards. And
I got to search. I don't know. I think he got up relatively quickly, which was smart. Because if he had stayed down, like a meme would have arrived today of like a chalk outline, like underneath the basket, it would have been all bad. And yeah, he got screamed at by like the entire Clippers roster after getting dunked on. But you're right. That's a good point. RJ's had the crowd behind it. And that was another thing that you really noticed this weekend was crowds.
Yeah.
You noticed it in games. You know, we talked about the PGA Championship. You noticed it there. Almost to like a dangerous level where they're like I was like, hey, is this safe? Like, I know this is golf, but like, hey, is everybody cool here? Because they seem awfully close to Phil here.
Well, look, it started on Friday too. I mean, that Chase Center crowd on Friday, they were there.
Yeah.
And once again, I guess that's how some of these places are doing it. They're stacking whole sides of the arena. And maybe not everybody's doing it, but I'm just going by what the Knicks did. The Knicks had a vaccinated area and a non-vaccinated area, and they're putting all the vaccinated people on. They're able to sit together and be together. And that Warriors crowd, the one that was on the other side of the benches, I mean, that side would look filled.
Yeah,
and
very much so.
Yeah, the crowds are back. I'm almost to the point where I told myself on Sunday after the Garden, I guess I was like, I'm gonna stop even commenting on. Damn, that's how we're doing it, because that's how we're doing it.
I think we're approaching July 4th. Remember, that was the day everything was going to be okay. So and I'm sure there was no idea. There was absolutely no plan to make it Independence Day. I'm sure that was completely unplanned by Joe Biden. Yeah, he's Joe Biden's going to be like the president, and as the guys are about to go attack the aliens in Independence Day, like today is our Independence Day. Like, dude, will you shut up and set off some fireworks?
One of the spacecrafts.
Yeah. I think was it Randy Quaid who saved the world by driving the jet like right into the light.
He killed it. Yeah, the old
tell my kids I picked a hell of a day to stop drinking. That's a great movie.
That was a great movie. Watching that, but you know what I like? You know, I've mentioned this before.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Vivica A. Fox.
Well, yes, I like
there's like. I mean, there's,
but yeah, I definitely like Vivica A. Fox. I like destruction though, not in real life, but I like to see destruction in the movies. Like,
so you love San Andreas? Like, have you seen San Andreas? Yeah. Oh, that's pure. That is pure chaos.
Yeah, I love that. I loved. This is weird. Escape from L.A. And seeing LA kind of
80s movie. Is that an 80s movie?
Or 90s? It was late 90s.
Okay.
The original Escape from New York was like 80s.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
He came back 15 years later and did Escape from LA. And LA was like destructed, but it was a third. Yeah. I don't want to say I'm just interested in that. So that's what I remember with Independence Day. They just tore up everything.
I just remember him dragging the alien, talking about being at a barbecue and then snapping. What the hell was that smell? And
he go punch the alien like that's
great. That's so good.
You would have got lasered in half if you would have done that in real life. Go punch the alien and knock him out.
That's good stuff. Not quite sure how we got here. Oh, crowds. We're talking about crowds declaring Independence Day. Got it. Bring it back here. I think it will get to a point, and we might even be there after seeing New York, and I think New York has the biggest crowd in the first round. Yeah. I think we're at the point now where
jeez, you see Utah? They have the rafters.
I don't remember seeing Utah. I remember we had the numbers on Friday. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was. I act like I don't have Friday's notes readily available at my fingertips here.
Utah rafters. Utah, I feel was filled.
Maybe it was. Yeah, I don't know.
Philly had a lot, but I don't think Philly had a whole. They didn't have a whole lot in the upper deck, but Philly had a lot.
Yeah, apparently I don't have these notes readily available.
Maybe, but I do remember maybe 15,000 for the Knicks was the biggest.
I thought so. We haven't talked about your Nets. That was a nice little ball game there for a little bit.
That was the one game this weekend that I didn't really see in its totality. I got in there around the fourth quarter.
They hung around. Mm-hmm. Boston. I mean, they kind of the game. I think is kind of what the series is going to be like. They fought. It's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, they don't have enough firepower, man.
They're going to have like someone's going to have someone, meaning probably KD and James Harden are going to have to have an off day, and an off day meaning they still try to take 15, 16, 17, 18 shots. They ignore the fact I think that's how Boston's ultimately going to win. But again, they fought. It was competitive. It was fun. Yeah. But you kind of like we were talking about with the, I never felt like they had a real chance to win this game.
But Damian, that's going to be, we say it just with Boston, that's going to be the case for the entire playoff when you go against Brooklyn. Like, yeah,
okay, stop.
Maybe if Kyrie and Harden are struggling.
I disagree. And I'll explain why. We'll continue to talk NBA playoffs. We want to hear from you as well. 916-349-1320 is D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'll be right back, KC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they have the ability. Yeah, they have the ability to defend on a high level. Like, I think during the regular season they could kind of care less. They couldn't care less, whatever you want to say, about playing defense. But when they get to the playoffs, I think that unit is going to defend better than they did in the regular season. There's just not a lot of holes. Like I think with Brooklyn, like people are kind of reaching for holes because I don't think in essence they don't want Brooklyn to win. Like they don't care passionately enough. They don't. If they win, then so what? But they're like, no, this can't just work out of nowhere like that. But they don't have a lot of holes, man. There's a lot of hope that it's not going to work out, but they're healthy. Jeff Green, Blake is giving them a little something. Bruce Brown. I mean, Claxton. They got a squad. Yeah. I mean, the bench, Joe Harris only had 10. Jeff Green had 3. Claxton had 6. Brown had 2. And they still scored 104 points. So just think if Harris is giving you more than 10 points and Jeff Green is giving you 10 points, like, come on, what you going to do? Harris gives you 15 because he was 4 of 11. It ain't like he didn't get the shots up. He was 4 of 11, 10 points. So if he gives you 15, that's 5 more points. You're at 109. If Green gets the 10 points, that's another 7. Now you're at 117. 116. Blake only had 1 point. He didn't even shoot a field goal. That's crazy. I like Joe Harris's game too because he's not just a 3-point shooter. He'll attack the basket on you. You know what I'm saying? He'll get in there, backdoor cuts. So it's not like he's Bertans. Leezy, what you talking about? Honest question. How can you like Kyrie when he calls the media pawns, sits out frequently, openly hates on LeBron? The list goes on. I don't get it because he's one of the best basketball players I've ever seen in my life. He's one of the most talented basketball players I've ever seen in my life. Everyone hated the Warriors super team. You get Brooklyn. You give Brooklyn a pass. The only thing people hated about, I mean, okay, I don't care. I'll do it every single time. The issue with the Warriors was Kevin Durant was going head to head with the Warriors. He lost. And he said, I'm going to go join the Warriors. That's the issue. If Kevin Durant didn't make the playoffs that year and said I was going to the Warriors, I don't think it'd be that much of an issue. But he was going head to head. Him and Westbrook were about to beat the Warriors. They choked. They should have ran it back. He said, no, I'm going to go to the Warriors. That's the problem.
Appreciate you for hanging out with us here on this Monday. If you missed our earlier conversation with George Karl, you can check it out on the Odyssey app. You can check it out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or wherever you get podcasts from. I love Twitter, usually. But I'm looking at this. I don't know. I'm not going to. President of the Rashawn Holmes fan club. He's sad that no one asked about Matina. I know you're not supposed to bring that name up on the radio. Like, what?
Do we have
the hell do you want us to ask? Like,
you said her name. Got to be.
I know you're. Well, I think you're allowed to say it once. If you say it twice or 2 or 3 times, like weird things start to happen according to legend. But realistically, outside of Twitter, there's 17,000 people in the. How many people do you think know who she is?
5.
At the and they're all on Twitter. Like, no, I know it feels like a big deal in like this like super isolated like Kings universe, but to the mass audience, it's no one knows who that is. She's not like we know, Probably a lot of you know. If you're in the chat, you probably know. If you're on Twitter, you probably know. If you're really active in the Kings community, you probably know. But realistically, how many people do you think know who she is? And what would you want us to ask?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, tell us about. One, that's not a question. Two, like what specifically do you want asked about this person?
Right.
Fascinated by that. Like the Kings universe is absolutely obsessed with that woman.
Yeah, and it's like we say all the time. James Dolan is probably a perfect example. Is James Dolan, is he this great owner now because the Knicks won and got to the playoffs? No. And I'm not here to say Martina is good or bad at whatever she does, but it's not going to change if the players get better, right? You know what I'm saying? So if they have better players to get in here, and let's just say somebody's opinion is that she's a problem. Well, if next year they get the right players in there and they make the playoffs, did she change anything? No, she's the same person. They just got better players.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of people want to say we haven't made the playoffs in 15 years because of Martina or because of Vivek or anything else like that. And I just don't see it that way. A lot of the times your rosters weren't good enough. Simple as that.
Every time your roster wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I have questions about that roster with DeMarcus and Rudy Gay and Isaiah Thomas and that whole thing. I have questions about that one.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I mean, the team just hasn't been good enough. And hopefully that's on the verge of changing.
Mm-hmm.
But we're all going to find out together. We're all going to find out together when the newest season gets underway next week. If you want to follow and jump in our mentions there, good, bad, pretty or ugly, we take it all on the chin. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320, at D'Lo McKay or at ESPN1320 on Twitter.
And I just want to bring this up too, because Umar on the chat says, yeah, but Vivek and Martina both have had inputs on who gets to be on the roster. That's true. And there's times when they've left that to the basketball people and they've still gotten it wrong. So it's like, it's not every bad decision is Vivek and Martina saying this is who should be here. And every good decision is somebody just bulldozing their way and not listening to them. It's not that simplistic, in my opinion.
And that's why when the team gets better, or dare I say, the team gets good, there are going to be plenty of people calling their favorite reporters or favorite radio show hosts to take credit for it. Mm-hmm. I heard, I'm just a fan, but this is what I heard. And they're going to pass along some garbage line to you about how they finally calmed down Vivek, or Vivek finally got Martina at it. And look, no one's denying kind of what George Karl was talking about earlier. The entire thing is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like one particular piece. It's not a front office. It's not a coach. It's everything. And it starts at the top. And the stuff at the top has been bad. And the people at the top have made bad hires. God bless them. Fantastic human being that everybody speaks so wonderfully about. Many people's favorite player. Vlade was a terrible hire. And it was made worse by the fact that your hire before was equally as terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But you undermined Pete right at the beginning. He was bad at his job. You made so many mistakes from the moment this is your team. From the moment that line was uttered, so many mistakes. We need Chris Mullin here. For what? We need Mitch Richmond here. Why? What are their roles? What are they doing? Well, we've got Pete D'Alessandro. Now we're going to bring in Mike Malone, and we've got all of these things. They're working for us. They're fantastic. We're going to fire Mike Malone. We're going to get rid of Pete. We're going to bring in Vlade, and now we're going to I still am confused. The Dave Yeager thing still confuses me. Dave wasn't Vlade's hire. Whose freaking hire was he? Who goes, you know what we need? We need Dave Yeager. Who does that? It's always been said to me, they wasn't Vlade's hire. Right. Who hired him?
I don't know.
Like, whose idea was it? And then, and I think Ham told the story about how he interviewed 12 guys, had 6 guys back for second interviews, 5 guys back for third interviews. Then Dave Yeager becomes available and he hires Dave Yeager after 1 interview. So I don't know how all of that stuff works, but it's just a series of mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake. You've got a front office in place now. Let them do their job. For better or worse, you have a coach in place. Let him do his job. The front office needs to improve the roster. And quite honestly, Luke needs to get better at coaching. They're both of those things, but all of those things need to happen. And when they do, Kings will be in good shape. Fans will be in good shape. Right. We'll all be happy.
And everything you said is 100% correct. I'm not stalling out anybody, but everybody needs to get better. Everybody that's affiliated with this organization needs to get better. Simple as that. And I would be, like, and that
includes Vivek, Matina, and the 500 other people you know nothing about. The only people that don't need to get better is the social media team.
Yeah,
they're on point. They're absolutely on point. If the organization was run as well as the Kings social media department, dude, rings on rings on rings. You'd be doubling up on it'd be ridiculous.
And I'm saying right now, man, and I'm not, these are some of the most competitive people in the world, you know, because of where they've gotten. So they should be feeling the same way. But I would have been fuming this weekend if I was Vivek, Monty McNair, De'Aaron Fox, Luke Walton. I would have been on fire, and it would have been going into today, and it's going to go for as long as these playoffs last. Mm-hmm. So they should be fueled this offseason by not being there this year.
Yeah, at least the first round. I think once you get into like the second or the third, maybe it's like, okay, maybe this is a bit unrealistic expectations. But the first round should really agitate them a little bit.
It depends on who's there. Like,
if the Grizzlies are there?
If the Grizzlies are there, I'm pissed. Mm-hmm. And if I'm De'Aaron Fox and I see John Morant doing all this other stuff and getting all this love after having night after night of 5 for 15 and 13 points.
From dudes who got coffee from the video court for the video coordinators in Phoenix.
Yeah, you got coffee boys out here coming at me. Like, the Grizzlies get there, I'm livid. And, you know, not at the Grizzlies, but just at the situation. Mm-hmm. Trae Young, same way. Yeah. You know, all this stuff. Like, if they move on, like, I'm livid. And I'm like, yo, let me get in the gym right now. I need to get in the gym right now.
Yep.
Every single day.
Yeah.
I wonder if they look at it that way.
Just made a note here. There. I don't know if you can see it.
I could.
Yeah. Your Dylan Brooks deal is dead. Just wanted to point that out for you. I know you had this idea of like, hey, I know what we could do. Yeah, I'm going to go. You got your paper? I know you keep a notepad with you. You want to go ahead and scratch the Dylan Brooks deal off of your notepad?
That's done. That's done. I mean, but look here. I mean, hire me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he was good. Man, he was good.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. He was good. His 31 points were the most by a Grizzlies player in their playoff debut. Yeah, he was extraordinary. And that team did not lack confidence whatsoever. Mm-mm. Like, they didn't go in there like, hey, okay. We're up on the Jazz. Like, let's hold on to this. Come on, guys. Don't get tense. No, they were like, F this. Like, we are going for the throat here. There's 13,750 people in this arena. We are going to suck the air out of Salt Lake City.
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you right now, Damian, they think they're better than the Jazz. There's no doubt in my mind in that locker room. They said, we're the better team. They don't look at AC, one
Gotta
seed
love
or
that.
whatever.
Gotta love that.
There was a game that they played. When was it? It wasn't too late in the season. It was probably mid-season or whatever. And Utah ended up winning, a real close game. But Memphis was going at these boys. Mm-hmm. Like, Memphis was going at them. And this was, Donovan Mitchell was still there. So it was still like, the Jazz that have been dominating teams. And Memphis they didn't blink. So I'm not going to say I saw them winning, because I thought with Donovan Mitchell, I thought he was going to be there, and I thought Utah would handle business. But I was not surprised to see Memphis as confident and as aggressive as they were in game one. They're going to be for the rest of the series.
916-349-1320. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Rawling. We're thrilled to be with you here for the next hour. You can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that if you're watching, you'll hit the thumbs up. And if you're not, we hope that you'll go subscribe to the channel. Always some great stuff over there. This is a popular conversation here before we get to Big Al on the line. Sure, inevitably wants to talk about the Lakers, but that's fine. The Lakers played yesterday. His team lost. Curious to get his thoughts on that. Lots to talk about the coin flip tomorrow between three teams, the Chicago Bulls, the Sacramento Kings, and the New Orleans Pelicans. They all finished with the same record. Now, it is called a coin flip. It's not an actual coin flip. If I recall correctly, based on the last time this happened, as John points out here in the chat, the last time the Kings were in a coin flip situation, they lost the coin flip and they landed in the spot that allowed them to jump to number 2, where they drafted Marvin Bagley. Now, it's not an actual coin flip. It's like a mini lottery deal. Like there'll be it'll be a ping pong ball with a Bulls logo on it. It'll be a ping pong ball with a Kings logo on it. It'll be a ping pong ball with a Pelicans logo on it. And then whichever one pops up, there's 8. Whichever one pops up, there's 9. Whichever one pops up, there's 10. I think those are the numbers. I think it's 8, 9, 10.
8, 9, 10. Well, good luck to the Kings.
Good luck in their first battle of the offseason. The ping pong ball shooter that we call the coin flip.
If it was a coin flip, would you go heads or tails?
I go heads.
Yeah, I'm a heads guy too.
I don't believe in the tails never fails thing. I think that's a load of crap. I think tails fails plenty of times.
I'm going with heads all the time.
916-349-1320. Big Al, how you feeling today, my friend?
No, not good at all. I said, my son, oh, Dad, don't worry about it. I said, son, listen, yeah, AD, and I listened to his press conference, and he takes full responsibility for a really bad game. He feels he can turn it around. We'll see. If he does, then yeah, things might be better. But they can't be shooting those 25% from 3 and shooting volume. You're not shooting 20 shots and hitting 25% and beating the Suns. In my view, I don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening at all. They have some issues. So we'll wait and see. But I fully admit they have some issues. I'm not feeling down with the attitudinal issues with Dennis Schroeder, frankly. LA Times stuff. I'm reading LA Times stuff. So, anyway, let me ask you. Yeah. So let's not worry about. I did delight. I loved watching Dallas take down the Clippers. That was fun.
Okay.
Speak for yourself, Big Al.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Hey, can you tell me how for those Warrior fans? So do they? I just haven't stayed up on it. Where do they get the Timberwolves pick automatically now, or do you have that on your radar?
No, well, it's, I think it's top 4 protected. So if the pick, we haven't had the lottery yet. So if the pick lands outside the top 4, then the Warriors get it. If it's in the top 4, it goes over to the.
And I thought the Timberwolves have quote unquote good odds to stay within that 4. They're one of the 4 worst teams.
Yeah, well, they were there the whole year, and then they finished the final 10 games of the season 5-5 inexplicably. Won 5 games in the final 10 games of the season out of nowhere, and they now have, I think, the 6th worst record in the league.
Oh, okay. Well, then the Warriors might get it. All right. Well, whatever. All right. Well, come on, Kings fans, be happy. I hope you get your 8 set. Let's see what you have the new leadership.
Okay.
Thanks, Big Al.
Jeez. Feel like Luke. Thanks, Al. Thanks, Al.
Now, one of the things he did talk about with that Lakers game and that Lakers series, and look, I will say this. People may be upset with me. The Lakers and LeBron James, they are box office. That was when 12 o'clock, 12:30, whatever hit, and it was Lakers. I was like, oh yeah. I'm here. I'm here. I'm locked into this one, and it has to do with the Lakers. It has to do with the Lakers, and it's a good matchup going up against the Suns with Chris Paul and all this other stuff. But it's the Lakers.
It's LeBron.
It's LeBron. You're right. LeBron. It's the perfect marriage.
Sure.
Lakers and LeBron is must-see TV. So That's well. Let's do it right now. I was going to say let's rank the series.
Could you just point something out real quick? The most bizarre note, perhaps, of the entire weekend of playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
The Suns and the Lakers. It was 99-90. What was the final score of that game? It was 99-90.
We saw some low scores. It didn't end up low, but
Brooklyn and Boston was low too. It was 104-93.
Knicks and Hawks ended up picking up a little bit in the fourth quarter, but they were like, I could be wrong, but I want to say it was in the 70s at the end of the third quarter or something like that. And then they picked it up to get to 107, 105. But yeah, play out. And that's only game one. It's going to get harder and harder to score.
You want to rank these series in terms of what? Watchability?
Just what you're looking forward to. Just what you're looking for. So,
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Go
the Suns Lakers. I mean, they are contentious. Like, I loved everything about that.
Yeah.
I loved that Chris Paul's arm was nearly amputated, but he came back and LeBron said, I'll show you. And then his arm was amputated. He got it worked on during the whole timeout. He got it massaged, and it was going through all of the range of motions, and we were just praying for his health. When I say that, I mean literally nobody thought that he was hurt.
Biggest man on the court every
Montrezl Harrell comes and he's taking folks out, and that was
at the same time.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think he realized how quickly he was moving.
Yeah, no.
He was like, I made contact. Like, if he goes down, I'm suspended. So he grabbed him like a child. Like, don't even try to flop, fella. I got you. I got you.
Rudy Gobert with a nice flop last night.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, man.
It was so bad. Right now out the gate, without giving it a single bit of thought, the A1 series I'm tuning in for is Lakers and Suns. That was probably the case before game one. Now it's absolutely the case after game one.
Yeah.
And it's magnified a little bit by the fact the Suns won. And now it's like, okay, I know the numbers. LeBron has lost 6 of his last 9 game ones. All right. He's won 4 of those last 5 series. The only one he didn't win was the sweep with the Golden State against the Golden State Warriors. So the feeling out game. I get it. I get all of that. But I'm intrigued. This one's got my attention. I liked it before. I really, really like it now.
The other number is LeBron's never lost a first round series.
Boom.
And
never lost.
This is probably his toughest first round test of all time. So that's number one.
Yeah, because has LeBron ever been a 7th seed before? Like before those early, was he ever been a 7th or an 8th seed before?
No, he hasn't been that low, but he's been like 4 or 5 those early years.
That's not 7 or 8.
No,
that's not going against 1 or 2.
No, absolutely not.
Is that your number one?
Yeah, that's number one for me. Number 2, I've had a hard time trying to figure this one out, but I think I'm gonna go with Milwaukee, Miami, slightly ahead of Clippers, Dallas.
So we haven't really dug into the. So Giannis Giannis is going to have some criticism come his way should this whole thing go south. He missed at the line. He missed in the restricted area. He missed from just about everywhere on the court. And then Chris Middleton, the number 2 guy on the team, hits the go-ahead and gets them a win against a Miami Heat team, which was, by the way, that was 109-107 in overtime.
Yeah. So
they were fighting.
That game, I know a lot of people, Ramsey was in here earlier talking about, the Bucks got away with the one, and he still feels that way. A lot of people still feel that Milwaukee is going to lose to Miami. I'm still of the belief that Milwaukee is going to take care of business against Miami. I thought I heard something, and I'm going to double check this as we speak, but Milwaukee only hit 5 threes in that game.
Okay.
They were 5 of 31 from beyond the arc. And Miami,
Giannis didn't hit a single shot outside the restricted area.
No, he didn't. And that's not what he does. But Miami was 5 of 31 from beyond the arc. Miami was 20 of 50 from beyond the arc.
Gracious.
and they almost lost in regulation, ended up losing in 2 in overtime. I'll tell you tonight, Miami not hitting 23s. I can tell you that. And I can probably promise you Milwaukee not hitting 5. So what you think gonna happen?
Yeah, they outscored the Bucks outscored the Heat by 32 points in the paint.
Killed them in the paint.
They outscored them by 32 points in the paint. Is
Killed
the only thing that was working for them.
That's the only thing that was working. They're going to hit more than 5 threes tonight. Miami's not hitting 23s. It's not happening.
That number that you just gave us, the 23s, 20 for Miami, 5 for Milwaukee, that plus 15 is the largest 3-point differential in a playoff loss in history.
Jeez. Wow.
So like there's some, there's something to be said for your plus they're not hitting 15. They're not hitting 20 again, and they're almost certainly not hitting plus 15 again.
Right.
And they still lost.
So yeah, you can say, hey, hi everybody, by the way, on the chat. Hello.
Welcome. We appreciate you here. Welcome to the new crew here on Twitch, who y'all may have come from Chicago. You may have come from New York. You may have come from the Bay Area. We appreciate you being here with us. Yeah. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hit the follow and subscribe button while you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. But, people say Jimmy and Bam didn't have good games statistically, and they didn't. They shot poorly. Duncan Robinson was out of his mind on Saturday in a good way. And yeah, Miami, they got Trevor Ariza. I think he played 38 minutes or something like that. Like Milwaukee didn't play good, and they should have won that game. Did you see there was a 10-second free throw violation? The hell!
I didn't think they actually called that anymore. I thought they just kind of like, it's a rule. We're not gonna call it, but like it's a rule. We just never call it. Okay, so you're talking about how Milwaukee played. It's completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. They shot a combined 21%.
Oof.
So if we can lay out all of the things that went in Miami's favor to get and they were still in the game or to get them in the game, we can lay all of the things out that didn't go their way and say, hey, Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler aren't going to shoot 8 for 37 again.
I can agree with that. Absolutely. Jimmy, for whatever reason, took 9 threes. Like that's a lot for Jimmy. And
the game felt clunky.
Yeah.
The entire game felt clunky.
Wow. So that's my number 2. Clippers, Mavs is number 3. Number 4 would probably be it'd probably be New York, Atlanta. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most there. And then it's just kind of the last one is definitely Utah, Memphis.
So Memphis if Memphis goes up 2-0, that doesn't change your mind whatsoever about that series.
No, it's still intriguing, but it's not.
Still,
I think more than anything, Utah is probably part of that.
Sure,
more than Memphis.
Yeah.
Like I'm not really intrigued by Utah.
Donovan Mitchell spoke to the media today. By the way, he had no problem saying he was furious that he didn't play last night. He thought he was going to. He said, I'll paraphrase, we have stuff we need to take care of.
Oh, well, maybe it won't get taken care of. What do you think about Sacramento, Donovan?
Sure would be a shame if Utah lost in the first round. And
you said there was a hill change. You said I was like going towards Memphis. Oh, sweep on Memphis. Let's go.
See, you got that little twinkle in your eye there. I can see it. I can see it. But I do want you to elaborate on a conversation you and I were having earlier about Memphis and the way that team plays as it pertains to like Memphis, Tennessee, because I know you had like some thinking about Sacramento and the Sacramento Kings. So we'll dive into that. Plus, which team lost in game 1 should you be the most worried about? That's coming up. Is D'Lo and Casey. Continue on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station is D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. I'm always offended when they're gone.
Yeah, I was about to say, just like that.
So what I found out is when I was doing the analytics report on that previous email, like last weekend, I think. I noticed for the first time it shows me where some of the viewers come from. And it's like it comes from like Chicago or WEEI in Boston. It comes from their Twitch channels. Like all of our Odyssey channels are linked together. So if maybe they're not, maybe the broadcast went down, or maybe they're not broadcasting in that moment, or whatever the case is, it sends their audience to us.
And is it like one of those things where like what is that? It's like maybe TikTok or something where I'm watching something and when it's over, it automatically skips
something
up.
starts.
Yeah.
Or they could
like,
log it. It could be there. It's that, or their new broadcast hasn't started yet. So all of the Odyssey channels are fed to each other. The only ones, and maybe it's because I don't think their whole station is on Twitch. We don't really get anything from 95.7, which you would think we'd probably have a ton of crossover, but I don't think anyone's on Twitch. I think it's just Fonte and
the morning show.
And that crew. I saw they were in studio today.
All three of them, huh?
Yeah, Kate was masked up. I was like, that'd be tough.
She did the whole show masked up.
It looked like it. I could absolutely be wrong, but it looked like she was masked up through the whole show. I know I tuned in for a couple of minutes and she y'all I see you saw the meme. Yep. Y'all are wilding out. Y'all are wilding.
We'll be on that boy's head for a long time.
Oh, that makes me laugh.
For a long time.
Y'all are goofy, man.
Oh man.
Y'all ain't got no sense.
I ain't saying that. I mean, the news is the news. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Dang, I'm gonna send you something. It's
oh Lord.
It's almost like, you know, it's just almost like people just be locked in. You know what I'm saying? Like this, it's like they be locked in, you know, just people just be locked into what we be doing over here. I'm just feeling good about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I appreciate, you know, people being locked in.
Oh man. Spectacular.
Damn, just locked in.
Well, if you can't beat them, copy them. I don't know. Goodness gracious.
Wow. Man. Jeez.
Incredible. It's all right. At least they finally learning.
You know.
Happy we can help.
Us, so you know.
Goddamn shame it took you this long to figure it out.
They ain't got us, so that's
keep working hard, little bro. You'll get there. Y'all will get there.
What did Conor McGregor tell Draymond Green that one time? He's like, I don't even know who you are, but stay in school, fella.
Yes, you do. Yeah, stay in school.
I don't like Conor,
keep
but
working.
That was funny. That was hilarious when Draymond tried to come at him. I was dying.
Warren always tweets that GIF where the skeleton falls over. Do this one. Zubin.
We say this all the time for real. We can talk this. We gotta talk.
Yeah, that'd be easy. Zubin's probably the easiest one to get a hold of too. Keyshawn and Jay, they got to do 50 other shows. Zubin's, I think, his sole responsibility is that morning show. We'll see if we can get him on this week. I feel like with the King season now kind of behind us, we should pretty much every idea we've ever blurted out here on the air, we should just move forward with it. Don't think that we're done pursuing Chris Webber for our conversation because we'll do the conversation right. No, we didn't play basketball with him. He's got a partnership with Cookies. He's got dude, he has got so much stuff going on that other people wouldn't have any idea. Don't think that that idea is dead. That idea is still very much working. But every idea we've ever spit out on the air, we should probably start working to implement over here over the next couple of months.
The boxing hour here on D-Lo and KC with
Danny. You know who to call.
In this corner with D-Lo and KC.
Let me I'm going to tell you, if I can't work Mike Tyson into a conversation about the most must-see athletes in sports history, we sure as hell ain't talking about somebody named Tank.
Oh, show some respect.
No, I will not. Like, because I got to talk.
Oh,
I know you guys are talking about Mike Tyson. I just nobody listens. Nobody listens about Mike Tyson. Like, bro, I was talking about Steph Curry. You up here trying to talk about Tank or whatever the hell happened this weekend. Y'all don't realize I get talkings too. They're never bad. We work for one of the best guys on the planet.
There's a documentary on tomorrow.
Right? It's on ABC.
The shot clock is already expired.
D-Lo and KC can't talk about Mike Tyson too long, but there's a documentary on ABC tomorrow night in primetime that seemingly nobody knew about, by the way.
No.
It's just
the red light is on. I'm looking behind the backboard. The red light is on.
Yes, the red light is on. The question, weed cookies? Yes, he has a partnership with Cookies. Chris Webber does. Yeah. Yes, of course you didn't hear about that anywhere else because they wouldn't know to bring something like that up. We've got you. We're going to continue to work on that. And yes, John Bull, us here in Sacramento talk about Tank all the time.
That's a good one. I say this all the time. I need the drums. That's a good one, John. That's a good one.
Rich says, in this corner with D-Lo and KC, where everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth by Danny in San Francisco.
That was a great line by Mike Tyson that was used. Oh, okay. No, this is really quick. I promise.
Oh, dude, don't let it be boxing, bro. I swear to God.
I'll tell you off the show.
Okay. Stick around for the post show chat on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We've been having some fun here with some of the teams that lost over this exciting first weekend of playoff basketball. And as we noted here a few times, it felt like real playoff basketball. It felt like, the crowds were intact. This didn't feel like a bubble. This just didn't feel like fun basketball entertainment. It felt like a real NBA season with real meaningful games. It was packed in Utah. It was packed in New York. There's a ton of fans, I think nearly 10,000 in Phoenix. So it was fun, but it allows us to attack this stuff from kind of an angle that we weren't really able to do last year. Because you start looking at things like Phoenix got another game at home.
Yeah.
We haven't liked the way the Lakers have been playing.
Mm-mm.
Are the Lakers in legitimate trouble? Like real, they could be eliminated trouble. Dallas, they knocked off the Clippers. Are the Clippers in legitimate? They could be eliminated trouble. And you can run down the list. I mean, Utah certainly falls into that conversation. The Nuggets probably fall into that conversation. I'm kind of leaning towards Milwaukee. I don't think that's a big deal. Brooklyn beating the Celtics isn't a big deal. Philly, same thing with Washington. But of these so-called upsets, man, are any of those teams that lost game one in real danger of being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs?
I think all of them.
Really?
Yeah. I think all of them. I look at the Lakers situation and I just don't like the way they're playing. We talked about this.
I understand.
I don't like their group.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like their roster. And going up against now, if the Lakers were going up against Denver, then I'd be like, nah, they're not in trouble. But they're going up against Phoenix, who was arguably the best team in the Western Conference, this season. Utah's the number one seed, but you can make the argument that Phoenix was a better team. They're in trouble. The Clippers, I don't think Dallas is as good as Phoenix. That's why I would hesitate with you can't dispute the fact that they lost game one at home. And Luka may be the best player in the series. So you gotta respect that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they got issues on their hands. All these other teams that lost the game with Utah, I don't like if Donovan Mitchell, he's not gonna be 100%. So you got to see what kind of Donovan Mitchell you have out there. Is he going to be able to stay in front of Dylan Brooks, stay in front of John Morant on the defensive end? Is he going to be able to blow by people the way he was before on the offensive end? I don't know. So I think Utah is also in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, let's start with the Lakers and Suns. Let's start there, and then we'll kind of work our way down. Are the Lakers in trouble because of the way that they're playing? Like legitimate, real trouble, not overreacting, game one trouble. Are the Lakers in legitimate trouble because of the way that they've been playing, which you and I have talked about? Mm-hmm. Or is it a combination of the way that they're playing and the fact that they're playing the Phoenix Suns, who we believe are really good?
I think it's a combination of the two. I don't like what that team has and what they're relying on. I don't like that. So even if they got past Phoenix, Portland showed me a lot on Saturday night. I mean, Portland made easy work of Denver. And where I thought before, Lakers get past Phoenix, it'll be easy work for Portland or Denver, or them going up against one of those two teams. I don't know if they got to go up against Portland, which I think will be the case. I don't know, because Portland is they arguably were the most impressive team over the weekend.
Well, I was gonna say, one of us did pick the Blazers to win.
Well,
so that's the team. That's the number that
pick the Blazers to win.
Well, yeah, but I was more adamant about it. Can you give me one? Can I have one?
Damon was right.
Thank you. That felt nice. That felt good. I wasn't surprised that the Blazers beat the Nuggets at all. And I wouldn't. I don't think I don't think that's an overreaction to that game. I think they're going to beat them in this series. I don't like Denver. I don't know why. I don't like Denver. We talked about last week, and I know this feels like shade and pettiness, and maybe it is. Nikola Jokic is getting the Dirk Award. Mm-hmm. He's going to get the MVP after his team is eliminated. The NBA and all of their little writers who formed this narrative 2 years ago, they're going to be embarrassed by it, and he's never going to get another one again.
And then they're going to say it was because of Jamal Murray's injury. Well, if that's the case, how is he the MVP?
He ain't. He's not.
If somebody else's injury is more valuable than you being on the court, then you're not the most valuable player. I can make the argument that Jamal Murray's the most valuable player.
George Karl did say when he joined us earlier that he didn't think that the Nuggets were playing, the way that they should have. Like they were their offense wasn't running through Nikola Jokic the way that it should have been. And there's actually some great numbers to support that. Jokic had 34 points. Dame Lillard had 34 points. Points off passes for Denver with Nikola Jokic, they had 3. That's a combined 37 points for Jokic. And hey, remember his triple doubles. Boy, they get the media hot and bothered. Lillard, points off passes, 32. Dame was responsible for 66 points in some ways the other night. George Karl was onto something there when he was talking about things not really flowing, Nikola Jokic not getting the help that he needs out there, and I feel like that's going to be the story of the Denver Nuggets. I think Portland has gotten rid of that first round playoff issue. Mm-hmm. I think they're comfortable. I think they're off and running. I don't know where they get past this, but I think they're going to get past Denver. I think of the so-called upsets, the lower seeds. This is the one I'd put this one in Sharpie. Nobody gets hurt. Everybody who's currently healthy remains healthy. Understand Jamal Murray is out. I think this is Portland's series.
I think so too. I absolutely think so too. And Portland has a look of a team that could possibly make a Western Conference Finals run. I haven't been a big Portland believer for much of this year, but it seems like ever since the Terry Stotts stuff came out, they stepped up. Yeah. They've stepped up their game. They responded to that, and they wanted to make sure they played at a level that didn't get somebody that they respect and they support fired.
Wow. Are you insinuating they played hard for their coach?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the question that we ask all the time.
Can't relate.
We can't relate because we ask all the time. You talk about how much you love Luke and all this other stuff. Well, why are you almost letting this man get fired? Portland ain't letting Terry Stotts get fired.
I don't know that anybody's talking about. I don't know that anyone in the organization is talking about it. Certainly, they talked about it after the season was over. Nobody was talking about it during the season because that would have been question number one during the season. Is y'all running around talking about how much you love Luke? Well, there are plenty of games that Kings fans would wrap up and be done watching, going, "Damn! If they had just played a little bit harder, they might have won. Damn! If they had just put forth a little bit of a better effort in the second quarter, they wouldn't have been down by 20 in the third quarter, and then used all of their energy to cut it to 6 in the fourth quarter, and then wind up losing by 12 because they ran out of gas."
Right.
Or they stopped hitting shots, or a combination of both.
And you know what? Though, even as I say that, I feel like Dame and all these other guys, yeah, you're kind of playing for Terry Stotts, but you like Terry Stotts and you know that you're not doing the best that you could. And you say, you know what? I got to step up. Not, indirectly it's for Terry Stotts, but it's like, I got to step up because I'm not doing my job.
Oh,
let me step up here and play better. And in turn, that's going to show better on Terry Stotts.
Pride in what you do.
Absolutely.
Talk about that regularly. Pluto out here. That's his Twitch handle, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Wait, is Denver bad or Portland just good? Denver's not bad.
No.
They're not my favorite, but Denver's not bad. I think Portland's better. And I think they have, and maybe the conversation would be different with Jamal Murray. Truth, full disclosure, for me, it wouldn't be. I just, Denver's, you know how you feel about Utah? That's how I feel about Denver. Denver just doesn't move me.
Yeah.
If they weren't playing Portland, y'all'd have to fill me in what I missed last night. But Dame's must see TV. I'm watching Dame Lillard. I'm tuning in for Dame Lillard. The Nuggets, I just haven't been feeling them this year, or last year, or probably in my lifetime. They're just not a team that moves me.
It would be a tougher discussion for me if Jamal Murray was there.
Sure.
I'm not sure if I would still say Blazers or not, but with Jamal Murray out, Denver gonna have to show me. They're gonna have to show me that they can get it done.
I'm not with you on the Dallas Clippers series yet. Let's get to game 2. If the Clippers don't come out swinging, like I'm talking trying to end the fight in the first 60 seconds, I got concerns. They need to come out like with their foot like fully on the gas, because now we talked about what would have happened if the Heat had beat the Bucks, and how like some things start to kind of creep into your mind a little bit if the Heat beat the Bucks, and you not just for us as fans, but for the Bucks, for the players.
Right.
If it's got to, I don't know that the Mavericks or I don't know that the Clippers are thinking about that yet. Let things go south in game 2. Then it's just, oh, look at that. Wasn't Doc's fault. Y'all put this squarely on Doc Rivers' shoulder. Did they make a single change to their roster of note?
Got rid of Lou Williams, got rid of Montrezl Harrell. But even when they did that, it was more of these guys were the problem to the culture of what we were trying to do. Everybody that they felt was a problem, they moved on from. And
Doc,
said,
Lou, and Trez.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they said, okay, now we're ready to go. And you come out in game 1, then you lose a game. They had a lead in the fourth quarter, and they lost that fourth quarter lead.
Did they upgrade Montrezl Harrell? Lou Williams? Doc Rivers?
Well, they got Rondo and they got Serge Ibaka.
Okay. Serge got that Larry Bird back pain, man. Like I mean, I don't know.
And the thing with Montrez is I like Montrez. You kind of don't know what you're getting from Montrez from day to day.
I don't think I like Montrezl Harrell a lot. I don't think they did enough. Like I think jump here on what you said. I don't think they actually addressed the problem. And we'll learn that in the next couple of days here or so if they actually address the problem. Another big takeaway, we were talking about De'Aaron Fox and equating, you look at Devin Booker and the way Devin Booker played yesterday, and Devin Booker has always been one of those guys who I thought was kind of spoke about in a class that he didn't belong in yet. He seemed to be a media favorite. He obviously had scoring ability. Phoenix had been in that drought for so long. There are so many comps to De'Aaron Fox. And, De'Aaron is one more complete season like he had this year where the Kings don't go to the playoffs, and he's now Devin Booker. He's now Bradley Beal. He's now get this guy out of here and let them go somewhere else to be successful. Now, obviously, we know that was the line with Bradley Beal at the first half of the season. That team wound up making the playoffs. That's probably as far as they're going to go is this first-round matchup against Philadelphia. And if it's not, boy, you talk about having to answer some questions. Philly got some problems. Philly got some splaining to do, Lucy, if things go south against Washington. But he's one more really productive non-Kings playoff season from being in that camp where it's like, NBA fans, we've got to get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento. This is like we're missing out on one of the great young talents, and that's always how Devin Booker was talked about. It was like, man, Devin just made his first 2 All-Star games.
Right.
But he had that moment yesterday against the Lakers in a postseason setting where it's like, that's it.
Yeah, he looked.
That is the only thing De'Aaron needs. He needs the stage, and he can't do it by himself. But that's all De'Aaron needs right now is he needs the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Devin Booker looked phenomenal yesterday.
Incredible.
He looked special, and that's not a revelation. I think you and I both know the talent has always been there. I've always said he's a little whiny. You know what I mean? If you got him in a playoff series,
pickup game, bro. What are you playing defense? What are you doing? What are you doubling a pickup game? The whole social media reference.
Yeah. If you know, you know. He's a little whiny, but that had nothing to do with his actual game. The boy can play, and he stepped up yesterday and looked every bit of what people have been saying he's been for a number of years. And like you said, partner, now he has the platform. Now he has the stage, and that's something where De'Aaron Fox. I keep saying it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. I would be furious, not at anybody in particular, just at the situation. If I was De'Aaron Fox. I'm never going to get the respect I deserve until I'm on that stage. If I didn't know before, now I know. I just put up 25 and 7 assists a night. And I'm after if anything, Coffee Boys still have me as a joke out here. And that's because I can't get to the playoffs. So all this stuff that I proved that, how talented I am and what I can do, as an individual out there, I now know none of it matters unless I can get on the platform to show it to the whole NBA world. And that would, not saying that it isn't already motivate him or didn't motivate him last year, nothing like that. I'm not saying that, but that would be an unbelievable driving force for me this summer, this offseason, to put the pressure on myself and put the pressure on this franchise.
That's it.
To get to the playoffs.
That's it. De'Aaron's not, I think De'Aaron can take to heart everything that you just said right there. And De'Aaron can be we saw in the second half, we saw in the first half of the season, we really saw in the second half of the season while he was out there, how great he can be. But he's not LeBron. You know what I mean? I don't think he's throw the entire franchise. He's not put Boobie Gibson as my wingman and I got you. Right. Like, I don't think he's that. So he's got, this is where the leadership thing comes into play. This is where the fiery thing comes into play, that he's acknowledged, I'm not that. Like, that's not what I am. He's got to find his own way of motivating the other guys who are on the roster, or the other guys who are who wind up being on the roster, to work at his level. Because whether it's your 4th year or 5th year, or I don't know that anyone would be longer than a 4th year on this roster, or it's your first, the goal is the same. It's to make the playoffs. You don't even have to say the goal is to end the postseason drought. That ain't the goal, because that 14 years ain't got nothing to do with you. It's to make the postseason, whether that's play-in, whether that's playoffs, whether that's 10th seed, 8th seed, number 1 seed. Your goal is to make the postseason. And he's got to figure out a way to, because Devin did that. Devin Booker, but it's different when you're Devin Booker on a losing Phoenix Suns team and when you're Chris Paul, who's had success everywhere you've been.
Right.
And so Devin Booker could still very much be the leader of this Phoenix Suns team. But when it's time to lay the hammer down, that's Chris Paul's world. Chris Paul will keep everything in line. Unfortunately for De'Aaron, he's got to do all of that.
Yeah, he's got to do everything. And heavy is the head that wears the crown here with this particular franchise. But Damian, as I was sitting here and I was hearing what you were saying, it dawned on me, this is one of the times when a selfish want and a team want align perfectly. And what I mean by that is, if I'm De'Aaron Fox, selfishly, I want the roses. I want the roses. I need people to acknowledge me. I want all the attention. People telling me how good I am, telling me how much of a young stud I am. It needs to be in the playoffs. I need to get to the playoffs. So even if I was selfish and I wanted to say, I need this, I need these roses, that aligns with what the team needs perfectly. Yes, team needs to be in the playoffs. Yes, be selfish and want to get to the playoffs, because in this particular instance, it gets this franchise what they need so desperately. Should be obsessed. Once again, I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying none of these guys are. I'm just saying they should be obsessed right now with a year from now being on this stage. Obsessed.
And I think one of the best things to, if and you don't know what guys find in fuel and what guys find in motivation, but you don't have to look any further than Memphis.
Right.
Memphis is marginally better than you with a similar makeup of players. Valanciunas obviously is a the best big man of the group between the two teams, but you look at them and you go, yo, they went in there, they won a play-in game, now they won their first game of the playoffs, and like that. Again, if guys look for motivation, if that's actually a thing, there it is. There's your motivation. It's the Memphis Grizzlies and what they've done over the course of the last 3-4 days.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And that should tell you don't need, this superstar group to get it done. You just need grit.
We're not talking about Giannis and Kawhi and Paul George. We're not talking about Joel Embiid and LeBron James. We're not talking about any of those guys. Hell, we're not even talking about Chris Paul. We're talking about Ja. Yeah, exactly.
Dylan Brooks,
Kenny wanted to trade for, and that all got blown up yesterday. As if I don't know if it was ever realistic or not.
No,
but it's really not realistic now.
Hey, we talk about De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, one of the best young backcourt. That backcourt is super straight. Ja and Dylan Brooks.
Yeah,
I'm building around that if I'm Memphis,
and they complement each other very nicely because and Dylan Brooks is gritty. He's
tough.
Exactly.
That boy is tough. I love the way Dylan Brooks. A little wild sometimes. That boy a little wild sometimes.
But that's okay. That's all right. Yeah, you can have that, especially like if it was about to go down with Ja, you don't think Dylan's going to be the first one there? Like, we know if it was about to go with De'Aaron, about to go down with De'Aaron, no one would have been there before the trade deadline. But now we know it's Terrence Davis will be there, and they have a couple of guys who will step in and settle things down. But he's the ultimate ride or die right now for Ja Morant.
Absolutely. You know what's kind of crazy? I'm not saying he could be there. I'm not saying that. But Terrence Davis road may be a Dylan Brooks type road. Now, Dylan Brooks went crazy in his third season. He went from 7.5 points per game. He only played 18 games in his second season 7.5 to 16.2 in his third year. But Terrence Davis, if I have it correctly, I think he averaged 9 points a game in his first season. I think. And I don't know exactly what happened this year, stats and all this other stuff, but he's got the same kind of makeup of a Dillon Brooks. Tough,
okay.
Super confident. Like Terrence Davis, if you get him out on the court with anybody, he probably feels like he's one of the top 3 players in the game. Like that's probably his
in the game
outlook.
being played.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There's the game, and then there's the game being played. Like, okay, Kenny Caraway just said Terrence Davis is the top 3 player in the game.
Yeah, that's probably his outlook. So I don't think he can reach the heights of a Dillon Brooks. I think Dillon Brooks is a little better player, but no, Terrence Davis.
Dillon Brooks averages 17.2 this year.
Yeah, I don't ever see Terrence Davis doing that, but
he made the most of his time out there over the course of the last couple of weeks.
He averaged 11 for the Kings. His time with the Kings, he averaged 11 points a game.
It's not, I mean, it's not wild. Like it really isn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't think it is, at least. It's not a wild thought.
Yeah.
That's why, we really like the players that the Kings picked up at the trade deadline. We'll have to see how all of that kind of goes as we head into free agency and some of these, different parts of the off season, but it's wild. We're sitting here talking about searching for that Dillon Brooks. We were trying to find a way to acquire Dillon Brooks a couple of months ago. Now that that's dead, we're trying to figure out who could be that Dillon Brooks type. That Dillon Brooks type player who could step in there. And we had kind of teased this earlier. You had mentioned this. That's why I say you've got a twinkle in your eye when it comes to Memphis. Like you won't acknowledge it, but you like what Memphis is doing. You've been glowing about Dillon Brooks, by the way, for months. This didn't start yesterday, and you kind of equated it to, the city and how you like. Okay, you've got this team. They're marginal. They obviously had the disaster last year in the bubble, and now you've got this team this year where it's like, wow, it's like, again, strange concept for us here. They found an identity.
Yeah. And that identity, this is going to be a little bit of homework because I don't expect people to get this done in 10 minutes. But I want to know from everybody. You can get at us.
Elo and KC, only radio show that gives you homework, by the way, folks.
Think about us.
You will be graded.
Yes. But hit us up at IMK Diddy, at Damian Barling, at D'Lo and KC. Might even be a clip. But the Grizzlies seem to embody the city of Memphis from what I can. It's a real gritty place from what I can grasp from it. Gritty, tough, you know what I mean? Tough-minded. They get out the mud, as we like to say in the culture. And you look at a team like the New York Knicks, this particular team. I think they love this New York Knicks team more than the Carmelo teams because this team embodies the city of New York, or what they think about when it's basketball, those glory years with Charles Oakley and all this other stuff. The Lakers, for better or for worse, they're LA as hell. What did Joakim Noah say that one time? Hollywood as hell. That's LeBron and the Lakers. They embody that city.
Really the Lakers overall. Like it's the importance of LeBron's, it's the importance of Kobe, Shaq. It's in the importance of Showtime. You know what I mean? It embodies Hollywood.
Right. So you got that. And I wonder, what would a Sacramento Kings team that represented the city of Sacramento, what would that look like to you guys? What kind of players would be on there? What would be that identity?
Dillon Brooks. Sorry. I'm sorry.
So, hey, is Dillon Brooks a little too gritty for Sacramento?
He might be. He's Freeport. Dillon Brooks is Freeport. He's Freeport all day. Got to encompass the whole city here. We got to be inclusive of Placer County. We got to bring everybody in here.
Yeah, Placer County. That would be. I don't know who that.
From what I hear, Kent Bazemore, but that's an entirely different story. That's what I heard. Sources close to D'Lo and KC say.
But I want to know what that will look like. And then the identity is the Sacramento Kings identity at its best, at its core, is that early 2000 Sacramento Kings basketball, passing the ball, the beautiful game, getting up and down, fast break, or is it something else? And I use the example with that is as a 49ers fan, we had these great defensive teams with Harbaugh and all this other stuff. Good call, Brian. Brian says Brad Miller was
100% right.
That's a great call.
Dead deer in the back of his truck at the practice facility, 100%.
That is
antlers sticking out in the whole deal.
That is great call. But when the Niners were going with Harbaugh, that defense was crazy and they were tough. And not to say that the old Niners weren't tough, because they were, but their identity was offense. West Coast offense, flinging that thing around, and we'll take a win any way we can get it. But it means a little different and endears yourself to the fan base a little bit when it's this particular way. John Bull, Manny, Chicago. It's about defense and them linebackers, that middle linebacker, right? That's what Chicago does. Pittsburgh is gritty. You know what I mean? Those type of things. So what is Sacramento's version of their identity of a basketball team? Y'all think about that. We're gonna be back tomorrow at 12. Y'all think
that's tough. Like what? I don't even know what Sacramento is. It's allegedly diverse. There are all these reports. It's the most diverse city in whatever. Like, oh, okay. Like I think we're talking diverse in terms of like racial and ethnic makeup. I'm trying to I don't even know. It's a capital city. I don't know what the identity is of the city of Sacramento.
We have to,
which is going to make your homework assignment very difficult.
We're going to have to figure that out. John Bull says it's gritty guys. Michael Animal Smith, Jack Cooley, Bobby Jackson. Those are always fan favorites.
That's true.
Holmes in there too.
So those gritty guys are the most reflective of the city. Is that why they're always the fan favorites? Like the hard workers that get out there and bust your ass guys. Excuse me, Rashawn Holmes. Right? We can talk about Mike the Animal Smith all we want to. Like we're talking about Rashawn Holmes here, aren't we?
I would even say guys that were counted out, came out of nowhere.
Okay. All right, maybe that's where I would. Okay, maybe you answered. Maybe see now you're in my thoughts. That's what I'm saying. We're spending too much time together. Because I was gonna say the most arguably, and I think we've had a private conversation about it. I don't even know. Maybe it was public. The most beloved Sacramento King ever is who? Because he wasn't like that. He was as flashy and as Showtime as they come. He was behind the back and no look, and he was, Is he the gritty? Like, is he gritty? Like, he's Showtime to me.
He's Showtime, but Jason
bigger than Sacramento.
Jason got it out the mud, though. Jay Will got it out the mud. Jay Will from the back.
No, I know where he's from. No, I get that.
Yeah,
but that ain't how he played. He played so. That's what I'm trying to get the parameters for your your homework assignment, because I don't know that anyone would include a team that represents Sacramento without Jason Williams.
No,
but I don't know what the explanation for putting him on that team is.
I think it's a comment. I think that this city in what you would say would be a Sacramento type team, and maybe it doesn't even necessarily align with the city, but that early 2000s, the beautiful game. Passing the ball, team basketball, getting out in the run, getting out on a fast break in the open court, running the floor, things of that nature. I think when Yeager did what he did, that's another reason why that was so beloved here, is because they were getting out. They was getting after it. They didn't play a lick of defense, but they was getting up and down the court, and we loved it.
Okay.
I think it's an open court team. I think that is what it is for Sacramento.
Let's end with a little nugget of news here. I see this coming from our man Sean Cunningham. I don't know if he had it first, but I'm reading Sean Cunningham's tweet, so I want to give him love for it. With the anticipation of the 2021-2022 G League season, the Stockton Kings will be interviewing for a new head coach with a couple of internal candidates on the Sacramento Kings coaching staff beginning this week. A couple of those internal candidates include Bobby Jackson and Lindsey Harding.
That's what I was thinking, Lindsey Harding.
He hits a follow-up tweet here. Sacramento will be intent on synergy between Luke Walton's system with the Kings and the Stockton Kings coaching staff.
I like that.
Interesting stuff
Lindsey,
there.
Lindsey, I mean, I love Bobby too. Bobby's my guy. You know what I'm saying? But Lindsey Harding, that would be dope if she was a head coach. That'd be real dope.
Yeah, I'd like to see her in a head coaching spot. I know she's coaching overseas somewhere. I know she was recently named a head coach somewhere like overseas, but yeah, it would be. I mean, I'd love to see either one of those guys here coaching the G League team, coaching the Stockton Kings. That'll be an interesting thing to follow. And I guess it's good to know the Stockton Kings are coming back.
Yes,
it's good to know the G League is preparing to make its way back because, you know, in addition to Bobby, Lindsey, whoever, you know, our good friends of ESPN 1320 and dealing with KC here, Deuce and Mo, they are the play-by-play and color analysts for the Stockton Kings. So that's all good stuff right there. As was the conversation today. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you missed the conversation with George Karl, you can check it out on Odyssey. You can check it out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can check it on youtube.com/ESPN1320. By the way, we need 2 more subscribers by the end of the day. So if you're not on YouTube yet, or you're not following us yet on YouTube, please go do that. Again, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll be back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Start counting how many times I say ESPN 1320 a day. Man, y'all came to work on the subscriber. Oh, let's go. One more. We have 699, baby.
Hey,
boy, the company, when I say the company is going to love us at 1,000, I mean the company is going to love us at 1,000. Love. So many things I got to tell you.
Classic.
Y'all know about that.
Classic. They don't know about that. No, so this is what I was going to say. Last night, it only took 10 minutes. I watched Mike Tyson versus Peter McNeely. That was bizarre.
Yeah.
That was bizarre. So it was bizarre, first of all, because Peter McNeely was just a character. And then I was sitting there thinking about it, and I'm not the one to act holier than thou. I don't feel that way. I just thought it was bizarre. The rousing ovation and everything that came with Mike Tyson. He just got out of jail for alleged rape. And
yeah,
I mean, you would have thought he came back from being at war the way he was being cheered. Like, I just found that weird. Like, I couldn't imagine in today.
Yeah,
that type of, like that was when you thought about exactly like why he was coming back. It was like, oh, they was all in. They was all in. Like, man, that was a trip. But it's on YouTube. It's like 10 minutes long because the fight lasted 1 minute and 32.
I'm interested how that will be covered. Because again, it's different now than it was then, which is wild to think about. Because you know, it's rape. Like it's still the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like when someone said something, Roots 2. What? Roots 2. Like, oh, that was more acceptable back then. Was it now? Oh. Okay. Cool. Wow. Yeah. Wild place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but you know what, John? I think they're talking about his injuries. I think they don't talk about the other thing.
They don't mention that at all. And I'm not trying to diminish it at all, but Mike Tyson was in jail for 3 years.
I think there's also because I see Bean references up here from John too. I think there's also people who just can't believe their sports heroes did it. Now, I don't think Derrick Rose falls into that category, to be fair. His defense was a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people can look at Kobe or look at, Tyson and see that, especially Tyson today.
Well, Tyson today. And if we're being real, I'm not saying people, just everybody was on his head. But I feel like there are a lot more people on Kobe than there was on Mike Tyson. And there is today.
Different time.
Yeah.
There's
people who still like, nah, I'm not fooling with Kobe. And, RIP and all that. But nah.
I remember.
Nobody does that to Mike Tyson. I'm not asking for people to do that. But.
Was it Gayle King who brought it up to Lisa Leslie?
Mm-hmm.
Lisa was like, what are you talking about? And in reality, it wasn't an out of line question. You could talk about the timing a little bit, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Man, thank y'all on the subscribe button. Like that's big. We got to just unsubscribed. Get your ass back there. Hit subscribe again. We just went from 703 to 702. Where my girls at? Like, come on, man.
That used to be my.
That was a hit. I would play it, but we'd get fined and yelled at, so I won't. Or we won't get fined. We'll be threatened with a fine.
When I was what grade? I think I was in the 8th grade. I used to love.
Where my girls at? From the front to back. I got a confession before we go. I was working out this morning to Kanye Essentials.
Fire.
I've got another confession to make.
Fire, bro.
It's pretty freaking hot, dude. It was legit. Like it was
Yeezy's library.
It was
crazy.
Welcome back, 703. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I don't know what we did to lose you, but we're glad you're back.
Yeezy's
shout out to 1140 for jumping in and hitting the thumbs down. Appreciate y'all for being here. We know you're checking us out. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We love y'all. We love y'all.
Oh man. Yeah, no, Yeezy's Essentials. I'm gonna go look right now. I would think that it has at least 30 tracks.
I don't think it was that long.
That goes even further.
Did I tell you they released the Above the Rim sentence? Did I tell you about that?
Yeah.
Bro, I must have listened to that song. I must have listened to that song 100 times.
Bang.
Oh man, 35.
35. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Dang it. All of them, Peyton. Every single one. They were all great. Talking about. Probably want to hear George Karl. George Karl, I thought was pretty interesting. That was in the 1 o'clock hour. No, we're not. We're actually
campaigning.
We're also attempting to not work Friday too. However, the option we laid out a plan. I think it's a good one. We actually have a number of plans, but I'll just be damned if we can't get any of them implemented. If we can get someone to hang out on Friday, Casey and I and Jesse will be off Friday. If not, we're going to do the show because we're not going national all day. So we should know the answer to that today or tomorrow. We're just trying to steal a couple of days off. They be telling us, you guys need to take time off, man. You haven't taken any time off. Okay, we're trying to. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna shut the whole station down. No, you're not.
Yeah,
We're
that's
not
not gonna work.
We're not gonna do that.
Can't do that.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Don't say Jack.
No, we're not gonna do that. See, look at Max, you a cold piece of work, Max. Nah, Peyton, you gotta listen to all of it. All of it.
I'm telling you, it was all fire, bro.
We're trying to do more than that, by the way, but
so real quick,
David, stop it. David, knock it off.
Wow.
David. No. No.
Wow. Tim Morris, his Abby is Sean putting Marty Jannetty through the barbershop window. And I watched Sean's biography over the weekend.
I gotta watch the Warriors.
Yeah. And I just found it amazing. This is not a knock. This is nothing. I'm just an observation how some people can be affected by drugs and other people can't. And from what the story says, Sean was like super on drugs, and he's normal. He lived a normal life for the most part. Like he didn't fall off. And like, for instance, I don't mean this as any shade, but Jannetty looks crazy right now, and he sounds crazy.
He looks awful. Yeah.
And him and Sean were doing the same amount.
Yeah, I think it's also, I don't know.
And
Sean was just
it. Like he said the one day, he's like, I'm not doing this no more. And kicked it. And it's just amazing how that happens.
Sean was just so wildly talented, man. Like I was listening to something from Pritchard and Conrad the other day about like how WrestleMania 10 like changed everything. That match with Razor. And it was kind of like, okay, he might be the best performer in the business. And then that leads to WrestleMania 11 with Diesel. And it was, Sean was the breakout star of that match. And then the next day, they turned him babyface. And then the Heartbreak Kid, like the fan favorite Heartbreak Kid starts.
Right.
And it's like really crazy to think what a dick he was in like 97.
Right.
Like 97, and then that carried on the way, they kind of told that story and I don't even know that they put like a date on it. That carried on into the 2000s where Hunter was like, dude, get your stuff together. Like you're a disaster. Like you have kids, like you're married. And then that's when he found God or whatever he did. Yeah. So the story is Jesse just asked in our ear if that's about The Rock and Sean never having a match. So the way the story has been told is Sean and Triple H really tried to trash Rocky Maivia, like before he was The Rock. They tried to knock him down a peg. Again, that's the way the story has always been told. So when Sean came back and The Rock would appear, they went to Rock with an idea to wrestle Sean. And The Rock was like, no, F him. I ain't doing that. He can kiss my ass. And now Sean plays it off. It's like, I don't know why he didn't want to do it. Like, yeah, you do know. Like, you tried to undermine his entire career.
Right.
Like, if you had shut down Rocky Maivia, how different would that dude's life be?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he hosted Saturday Night Live because of The Rock.
Right.
Not because of Rocky Maivia. You know what I mean? So I don't blame him for holding that grudge. Like, and I mean, a lot of people tell that story. Enough people tell that story to where it doesn't feel like it's been exaggerated too much. Like Brett tells the story. You know what I mean? A number of guys have told that story. So yeah, that's why The Rock kind of shut him down when The Rock was the star and Sean was kind of the older statesman or whatever.
I had seen it before, but I don't know why it stood out this time. But that bump he took that jacked up his back. Oh, my goodness. I couldn't imagine. He got thrown from the ring onto the corner of that casket.
Oh, it just like, it's not something like you super notice, but then when you know what you're looking for, it's very much a,
yeah. Oh, man. Just thinking about it. That's a tough one, man.
Yeah.
That's
I'm going to watch the Warrior one. I don't know what time these games start, but I really want to watch that. I read that they, Miami, Milwaukee about to get underway here in a few minutes. Portland and Denver tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. But I want to try to watch the Warrior one. I heard they did that some justice. So I'm curious to see how they pulled it off.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, appreciate y'all for hanging out. Mark Jones tomorrow at 12, confirmed. 2, why on earth would he be on at 12 the second we sign off?
Yeah.
We are on at 12. I'm trying, Jennifer. There's legit a police helicopter above us shouting instructions.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna go lock the doors and
man,
unlock a certain box, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow at 12. Love y'all.